here?
Because, well, yesterday.
Edward?
I do.
What a weird day. I heard about Eddie Van Halen dying, and my first thought was, is Cody Dangle okay?
Oh.
Cody?
It's true. Cody, we need to hear from you.
Then my husband called me, and the first thing my husband said to me is Cody Dangle
Dangle, okay.
Well, they're old friends.
So Cody, I don't know if you're up or not, but you were our first thoughts of the passing of Eddie Van Halen.
My first thought was, this is going to totally overshadow the death of Johnny Nash. Totally overshadow the death of...
Well, we need to pay tribute to him later somehow.
We should.
Yes. Because...
Johnny Nash, he's dead and nobody cares because Eddie Van Halen died.
Well, and that creepy little guy from the Blacklist died too, and
I
because
saw
of
that,
Eddie
yeah.
Van Halen, nobody.
He was in Twin Peaks.
He
was in Twin Peaks too.
Yeah. Well,
I was surprisingly a little, I don't know, moved.
actually,
End of an era.
I didn't think I would care, because I read it on Twitter. Sue and I were on the couch. We were watching, Gina, this CNN docuseries about first ladies. You need to watch it. Michelle Obama.
Oh.
And she got up to go to the bathroom, and I just kind of thought I'd doom scroll for a minute.
Yeah.
And I was like, blah. I mean, I knew he was not well with the cancer, but when I saw that, and I went, wow. I just kind of, and then, it was later in the day. It was about an hour later, I went, that really sucks.
Yeah.
He was really, really good. And I saw Van Halen 3 times, once with Roth and twice with Sammy. And it was every time an entertaining show.
Yep.
And he was amazing. There's just hardly anybody like him. He changed the way people play guitar when he showed up on the scene.
or tried to play guitar.
You mean other people?
Yeah.
They tried to do it.
They tried to do what he did.
Although if you go on YouTube and you look up Eruption,
Yeah.
there's a whole bunch of kids even, like 14-year-old kids who are recreating that guitar solo that we started with before you really got me. And they're doing pretty good.
Show. Yeah, that's the one you show. Look, I'm a good guitar player. I can play Eddie Van Halen's Eruption.
But really, you're just imitating.
Yeah.
No, it's...
My first thought was not Cody Dangle. It was, I wonder how Valerie Bertinelli is.
She's pretty broken up.
They had been divorced for quite a while, but they remained close.
There's a picture of her, she put it on Instagram, a picture of her and Eddie and their newly born son Wolfgang, and they're holding him and looking at him, and they both Eddie Van Halen and Valerie Bertinelli are cute. I mean, Valerie Bertinelli was cute. She was a cute-looking person. And then next to her, I'm looking at a Van Halen. I'm going, well, you know what? He's cute.
Yes.
He's not masculine-looking. He's not rugged. He's cute.
Yeah.
And then I'm looking at the baby, and it looks like a fake baby. Wolfgang looked like this little fake baby.
I follow him on the socials. He's pretty funny. And he posts funny stuff with his mom all the time, and he played with the band the last few times they toured
couple of tours,
and recorded with them. But it's funny, when I think of Eddie Van Halen, the first thing I think of is his smile, not his guitar playing.
Not Cody Dangle.
Well, there's Cody, and then because he rallied against that whole, I'm a rock star and I'm tough and I'm pissed off all the time. And
He was cute.
He was cute and smiley and just had a good energy about him. He was having fun doing what he was doing.
And I think of the cover of the album Women and Children First.
That's a good cover.
Where he's,
Yeah.
holding his guitar, and they're holding him down like, oh, he's out of control. He always made me chuckle.
I guess I think, too, the first thing I think of when I think of Van Halen is that David Lee Roth was a dick. He was a dick. That's what I think of.
It was the classic story of So you had Alex and Eddie, the brothers. Mm-hmm. Hey, we want to have a band. Yeah, but we don't have any equipment. We can't afford any equipment. You know that guy Dave. His
That
dad
Rich
owns
Roth kid.
his dad owns a music rental company. Maybe if we let him play with us, we can. I mean, that's really how it started.
And then David Lee Roth was too cool for school, too big for the band,
Well, those two never really got along. I mean, maybe for a couple of years, but that was it.
Yeah.
Well,
Roth joked about it on stage at one of their last shows, apparently. He said he was making fun of the whole Richie Sambora, John Bon Jovi thing. And he says, it's funny how lead singers and lead guitarists don't get along, isn't it? That's strange.
Sammy Hagar and Eddie Van Halen.
But about every 5 years, Eddie and I, get up on stage and hug each other for a little bit so we can have some fun, and then we...
Well, anyway, end of an era, I guess.
But as Kerry was just playing something off the air, and I don't know if he'll play it later. Well, when people like Eddie die, they leave us parts of themselves. We have all of his music. We can have Eddie with us anytime we want.
The tip of his tongue, he left us somewhere.
Yeah, you want me to play that? You want me to play that Stephen Colbert thing?
Yeah, I thought that was.
We'll do that after the first set of commercials here.
Yeah, he was pretty remarkable player and lucky to live as long as he did because he abused drugs and alcohol for many years.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
But you know what? He wasn't an American, so he was born in Amsterdam. Edward Regan Van Halen, he wasn't no American. He's Dutch.
Moved here when he was like 6.
Yeah. I didn't read why he moved. Were his parents American and just living there? Or I didn't read that.
His dad was Dutch and his mom was Indonesian, I think.
That would make sense.
Mm-hmm. And his dad was a musician. He met his mom while he was on tour, and they moved to California to pursue music. His dad never really went anywhere with it, but.
Yeah. Well, and so Alex is Alex older? His brother Alex older or younger?
I don't know. I want to say younger.
Good question.
Now, I know his son is younger. His son, Wolfgang, is young, who never goes by Wolfgang, I've noticed. It's always Wolf.
Well, we can go by the full Wolfgang.
If my name were Wolfgang, I would say my name, and I would say you have to pronounce it correctly. Not Wolfgang, it's Wolfgang.
Yes.
Alex is older.
Alex is older.
2 years older.
Well, I guess we ought to officially get going here.
Okay.
If you want to check in and share your reminiscences of Johnny Nash, 877, who's been overshadowed by this whole conversation and the death of 877-602-9696. That's the number to call. Check in with the Radio from Hell show. We love to hear from you. You think David Lee Roth was a dick? Let us know. 877-60, and if your name was Wolfgang, wouldn't you insist that it be Wolfgang? Wolfgang. I certainly would.
Yeah.
Did he have any other kids? Didn't, really?
No, that's it.
Don't think so, huh?
877-602-9696. Check in with the Radio from Hell show. Please, if you would. Please.
All right. X96.
X96 invites you to support the
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! In this episode, we find an old adversary of Butch and Lehigh planning their demise.
So, bounty hunter, you will bring me Christiansen?
Jabba the Hutt was very fond of his rank. He paid me more for a complete set of missionaries.
Christiansen made me look weak in front of the Emperor. Only by turning Christiansen to the dark side will I be able to regain my place by the Emperor's side.
One Elder Jensen.
Sell him to that slug, Jabba. I have arranged to have the elders meet you on Bespin. There you can ambush them without anyone noticing.
If these elders bested you and the Emperor, how do you expect me to transport them back to you?
I prefer my elders frozen. There is a carbonite facility on Cloud City. That should make transporting them simple.
Have my credits ready. I'll be right back.
Here we are, Butch. Cloud City. It sure looks like the holograms they showed us in school.
I don't know, Lehigh. I always get nervous when I stand on a city that's floating miles above the surface. Are you sure this is the right place?
Zone Leader Hanson said that we're supposed to meet someone here named Lando Calrissian, right here on Bespin.
Well, church records on this Calrissian fellow show him to be a gambler, smuggler, womanizer, and a penny stock manipulator. Are you sure this is the guy?
Well, maybe he's ready to turn over a new leaf. Oh, I think that's him right there.
Hi, and welcome to Cloud City. I'm Lando Calrissian. I run the mining operation here on Bespin. Could I offer you a beverage? Perhaps some malt?
I love a malt.
Liquor?
Oh, no, we don't drink, Mr. Calrissian. I'm Elder Christiansen, and this is Elder Jensen.
Aye.
We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the
Now,
Mormons.
our zone leader said that you might be interested in learning more about our religion.
Actually, no. We have some common acquaintances. I've made a deal with the Empire. Well, they'll leave me alone if I introduce you to this guy over here. Elders, this is Boba Fett. Boba Fett, Elders Christiansen and Jensen there. Gotta go now. Got a city to run. Bye-bye.
Well, Mr. Fett was up. Well, hi, I'm... Hey, I'm all tied up!
Cool toy. I need to get me one of those. We could convert more people if we could just tie them up first.
Now, Butch, I don't think we would be allowed to hog-tie prospective converts. Excuse me, Mr. Fett, could you untie me now?
One down, one to go.
Don't push my companion in that hole!
Whoa!
What have you done to my companion? Is Butch dead?
No, he wouldn't be worth much to me dead. Jabba wants to see him die in person. Your companion is frozen in carbonite. Now, if you would be so kind as to throw yourself down in there, we can get on with this.
You're going to take us both back to Jabba's palace?
No, you have an appointment with Darth Vader and the Emperor.
Cousin Darth? Oh, my.
Hey, get over here.
Sorry about this, Butch, but I need you to do something for me. Don't push me.
Ah!
Oh, I guess you weighed more than I thought in this thing, Butch. I'm sorry, Mr. Fat. I hope my companion, who's now frozen in carbonite, wasn't too heavy. Oh, geez, what do I got to do now? I better go for some help.
Never leave your companion, Lehigh.
Mr. Kenobi?
It is the first rule. You must never leave your companion.
Obi-Wan, come back. I need some help. Oh, well, I guess I can put you on my luggage rack like this, Butch. Come on, let's go. Will Butch be able to serve out the rest of his mission frozen in carbonite? Can Lehigh really find a big microwave to defrost him in? Will Darth Vader ever get his revenge and once again become the Emperor's favorite lapdog? And where does Boba Fett get all those neat gizmos? Tune in next time to hear Butch say... on the next mind-numbing episode of Space Elders!
All right, let's get this over with.
We will officially begin the program, and then we'll go to your check-ins at 877-602-9696. What have you to comment on today? Already, tons of stuff happening. Mike Pence and Kamala Harris are going to be at the University of Utah tonight debating. There's Eddie Van Halen has died. There's all kinds of there are 21 people in the Trump inner circle now infected with coronavirus, and more to come. So there's a lot to comment on. 877-602-9696. Gina?
Well, we can comment on Mill Creek coffee that we're all enjoying this
delicious.
morning. We can
Right
do
here.
that.
In my Mill Creek coffee mug. You know, I actually went to the shop. I went to Mill Creek Coffee last week, I think it was, and sat outside. They have some outside tables, and enjoyed coffee and a delicious croissant sandwich.
Nice.
Yeah.
All right.
Gina?
That
was it?
was it.
Oh, that's it. It's usually something else, so that's why I was pausing. All right, the moon is 74.0% of full. It is a waning gibbous moon. The moon will set today at 12:58 p.m. Today being, let me see here, it is the 7th day of October in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ 2020. This is day 191 of our pandemic from home broadcasts, and you are listening to the nation's greatest morning show. Yes, it is the greatest morning show, the greatest morning show in the country. Coming to you from the Broadway Media Tower in downtown Salt Lake City, it's Radio from Hell, starring the Lords of Morning Radio. We are the Kentucky Colonels, Kerry Jackson, Bill Allred, and Gina Barberi. Katie, for short, is the producer of the show. She is in our studio running the show and doing a fine job as always. And Skip and Miriam, I believe, are helping out today. Today is International Walk to School Day. So my daughter, she walks to school. She goes from her bedroom downstairs to the computer. That's her walk to school. Mm-hmm. It's also National Kale Day. I love kale. Kale is delicious.
You love kale?
Well, I don't know if I love it, but I like it a lot. I like kale a great deal.
You appreciate it.
I appreciate kale, and it's also Bald and Free Day. Let's see. Do we have a Manscaped ad coming up? I'm not sure. Anyway. So now to your check-ins at 877-602-9696.
We begin with Brent.
Brent?
Hi, Brent.
Hey, good morning, team.
Good morning.
Good
Brent,
morning.
what's up with you today?
You know what? I just wanted to tell you it was freaking awesome with the start-off song today. I grew up with Van Halen, junior high on up. It was just awesome. And, yeah, it got me dialed up and cranked up the tunes and enjoyed it. I just wanted to tell you that's awesome.
Well, good. I'm glad. Listen, Brent, do us a favor, if you would, please. If you see Cody Dangle today, would you tell him how sorry you are? That
we are worried about
definitely
him.
will.
Okay, good.
I'm going to text him right now.
Okay, good. Just Cody. Just look for Cody Dangle. He's the one and only.
You'll know him
find
when
him.
you see him.
Yeah, you will.
Roger.
All right.
All right.
Thanks for checking
guys.
in, Brent.
Bye-bye.
Let's go to Matt.
Matt.
Hello, Matt.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning, Matt. What have you for us, Matt?
So I actually wanted to call on Monday, and I don't even remember what the topic you guys had on Monday was. But I just wanted to call in and just sound off, Bill. Thank you for all you do with suicide prevention, suicide awareness stuff. I know that you guys are all just kind of free for all, just kind of happy-go-lucky most of the time. But when you get on that topic, Bill, I get the sense that there's someone out there in this giant machine that cares, and I just wanted to thank you for that, because that makes a difference.
Well, you're welcome. You're welcome. I don't like to be known as a kind and sensitive person, but
he does care.
I know. No, I won't let it out.
you.
I won't let it out. It's just between us, Bill. So.
Okay, good. Don't tell anybody.
Bill's a softie. Don't let him fool you.
Thank you. Thanks.
I just want to know what Gina really does when she's not on the air, though.
She drives people places.
She's a chauffeur. She's essentially a Lyft driver.
Yeah. Thanks for
All right,
checking
well,
in with
thanks a lot,
us.
you guys.
All right,
Yep.
Matt.
Take care. Bye.
Thank you. Let's see. Yeah. Shall we Johnny Nash right now?
Sure. Let me pull up his obituary. Johnny Nash was. You'll know this song when you hear it, even if you don't recognize the name Johnny Nash. Mm-hmm. He was 80-something, 84 years
80.
old. I think this was his only hit. 80 years old. Johnny Nash, a singer. Well, here it is.
I can see clearly now. The rain is gone.
You know this song.
Yeah.
You know it.
I can see all obstacles in my way.
It's
entirely
been in commercials.
Yeah, entirely too optimistic to play in 2020, though. So.
Now, on his website, they refer to this song as his comeback hit. It says even though this is the only song we really know by him, he had been recording and occasionally charting since the late 50s, starting when he was 17. I'm trying to think. I do know. There's another Johnny Nash song that I know, and I can't remember what it is now.
I'm so lonely. Gee, I need you so.
This is not a reggae song.
Tears on My Pillow is this. He did a version of Stir It Up.
Oh, yeah, maybe that's it.
Maybe that's
Bob.
What you're
that's a Bob Marley song, right?
Yeah.
I think. Yeah.
Steer it up. Little darling, steer it up.
Yeah, this got airplay in America as well, his version of it. It might have been the first reggae I ever heard, was Johnny Nash.
Really?
Yeah. Well, there he is. Johnny Nash. He was 80 years old.
You say you love me.
And very mellow.
I say I love you.
Mm-hmm. Nice.
Why don't you stop your crying?
There's a lovely voice.
Mm-hmm. I like that stuff.
Yeah.
Take away the autumn leaves. Take away the summer breeze.
Nice. That's good.
Yeah. Don't take away your love.
Don't take away your love.
Nice stuff.
Yeah. He was also somewhat of a music producer and a record label, and he was the very first person to sign the Cowsills. So there you go. To a record contract.
So it's his fault, huh?
Yeah, it's his fault. So.
Traffic, Gina, please.
Yeah, unfortunately, we have stuff to tell you about already. Northbound I-15 traffic delays in Utah County. Construction crews are in the process of removing the overnight barrels on I-15, but traffic nearly at a standstill near Lehigh. Hopefully they'll get that open and moving soon. Crush southbound I-15 at milepost 341. This is the I-84 junction in Ogden. And I think that, nope. Northbound I-15 Pioneer Crossing, milepost 281. Also some slowage there. And if you see something, please text it to us, 33986.
All right. We will take a break. We will be back with all in the same break, big boy news and things that must go coming up after these.
Right.
So stand by for that. The Park City Restaurant Association. Go to parkcityrestaurants.com. Dine About Park City happens once a year. This year it's going the 1st through the 18th, so you still have time. Locals and visitors are invited to enjoy world-class cuisine at an incredible value. You get ready for a 2-week culinary affair featuring savory 2-course lunches and 3-course dinners at more than 30 area dining establishments. It's a great chance to try out a restaurant that you've been, meaning to try. They have a lot of choices for you. 10 to 15 per person for 2-course lunches, and 3-course dinners at $20 to $40 per person. And Dine About happens, it's a great idea to drive up because the leaves are starting to turn, go up into Park City. And, you could stay because Park City Restaurant's lodging partners, Stay Park City, going to be offering exclusive lodging packages for Dine-About guests. So for participating restaurants and lodging options, go to parkcityrestaurants.com.
When Carrie Bill...
I find this on my desk when I come in this morning. This leaves a bad taste in my mouth as well. Well, it says it's a postcard. Greetings from fabulous Moab, Utah.
Fabulous.
And it's a postcard from the Poison Spider bicycle shop. It's a well-known bicycle shop down in Moab. It's got a giant, horrific spider on it, chasing a bicyclist through the red rocks of Moab.
Looks like one of those old movie posters.
Yeah. And then on the back it says Carrie and Bill, and it's written by someone who assigns themselves very disappointed fan.
Very disappointed.
Disappointed enough to send a postcard.
Wow.
Somebody who looks like they might have been drunk, because it's barely decipherable. Scribbled, Carrie and Bill, although you are entertaining, why do you disrespect and bully Gina Barberi on your show? She is the voice of reason.
Voice of reason? Did you hear that? You're now the voice of reason.
It's my dad's thing.
Intelligent and kind. I guess this is kindness. Kindness. It's.
I like it when drunk people stick up for me.
Yay.
You both behave like
jackanapes. Jackanapes, please.
Misogynistic. Oh, misogynists. Gina should be something.
Do you want me to try
treated much better as a professional?
Thank you, drunk friend of the program. Very
disappointed fan. See if that doesn't look like a drunk person wrote it. No, you know what? I just changed my mind. It was written by an ancient person, an ancient human being. It's a former Tom Barberi fan who now, like Sheena, I am not a crackpot.
Oh, I appreciate that. This took effort.
Yeah.
They had to
very old
purchase a postcard, buy a stamp.
It's a retiree in Moab.
Anyone can send an angry email. That takes no effort at all.
An angry postcard.
This took.
It's by someone
effort.
who doesn't know what email is. They're so old they don't know what email is.
I appreciate it.
I think you should. It's your old fan in Moab.
In Moab, I'll take it.
Signed old timer in Moab. Well, you should take it. It's great.
Can I keep that? I want to keep that.
Yeah. It's Gina's fan mail.
Okay.
What?
She gets it from prison and
prison
I'll
mail.
take the fans I can get.
And
you go to a show with the fans that you have,
Ben
not
Marsh,
the fans that you want.
Ben Marsh and the old timer in Moab. I got me a free postcard out of the Poison Spider bicycle shop, and now I'm sending this to those misogynists.
Another thing, I am very happy with this.
You should be.
I will tweet out a picture of my fan.
Said, oh, Gina had a couple of glasses of wine and fired off some postcards, huh?
Right.
Yeah, how do we know that? That didn't come from Moab.
This isn't from Moab.
It's a postcard that you got when you were bicycling before you married your husband in Moab, when you came back with chafing.
That was just after I got married.
Right.
I was pregnant and I didn't know.
Were.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. That's right. You were trying to impress your husband.
Yes.
The one and only time you went biking with your husband.
That was it.
Do I recall? You got a new bike. You bought a bike.
Yep.
And that was the only time you rode that bike.
Yeah. It doesn't. It's too big for me.
Is it still?
It's too big. I can't sit on it. My feet don't touch the ground when I sit on it.
Then why did? Why did you buy a bike that was too
I
big?
didn't. He bought it for me without me, thinking I was a statuesque woman.
So is it still hanging in the garage?
Yes.
Just another.
Just waiting for his second wife?
Yes.
Just one more bit of evidence that he has no idea who you are.
Excuse me. Still
His
waiting.
third wife, yeah.
It's hanging there waiting for his third wife. I'm
yeah.
sorry, his third wife.
We got things that must go coming up right after this. Big boy news and a Pinuendo brought to you by.
On the hunt for a trophy truck or SUV, $3,500 more for your trade, and no payment until next year. Your trophy ride is at National.
Eddie Van Halen, of course, died from cancer yesterday. Social media filled with tributes from all kinds of fans and musicians and family members. His ex-wife, Valerie Bertinelli, and the mother of their only child, Wolfgang, posted a moving photograph of the three of them taken weeks after Wolfgang's birth. She said, 40 years ago, my life changed forever when I met you. You gave me the one true light in my life, our son Wolfgang. Through all your challenging treatments for lung cancer, you kept your gorgeous spirit and that impish grin. I'm so grateful Wolfie and I were able to hold you in your last moments. I will see you in our next life, my love. They were the it couple in the 80s, with Van Halen riding high as a superstar, Valerie Bertinelli, a television star from the show One Day at a Time, and they got married in 1981. They had their son 10 years after they got married, and then they separated in 2001, so nearly 20 years ago, and divorced 6 years after that.
Mostly due to his drinking and
drug
taking.
And Chaka Khan, another music icon, was doing an interview the other day, and if you don't know who Chaka Khan is, she's referred to here as
I can help you.
as the Queen of Funk. It says here, and she was asked about the rumors that she had at one time hooked up with Rick James, who is now dead. Rick James, who
You got Bill dancing, Carrie.
I love this song.
This song involves Chaka Khan and Prince and Stevie Wonder.
Yeah.
What are you kidding me?
Anyway, Rick James, she was asked about hooking up with Rick James, who had lots of drug problems and sex abuse problems and so forth, and she said, quote, "Hell nah." NAH, it says here. I wouldn't have touched that with your stuff.
Oh.
No. He was too worn.
Ew.
No, I was not that kind of woman ever. I mean, I may have had a couple of mercy situations, but I can't actually remember and count on two hands without using all my fingers how many men I've been with.
Oh.
And that's a fact, and I'm very particular.
I'm very particular.
So there you go.
Particular.
Hell
I feel for you. Not you. I do not feel for you, but...
So let's see. This is not good news. Some states are planning on vetting COVID-19 vaccines themselves. This is not a good idea.
No.
As trust in the Food and Drug Administration wavers, several states have vowed to conduct independent reviews of any COVID-19 vaccine that the federal agency authorizes. But top health officials and Gina Barberi say that vetting may be misguided, even if it reflects what they say is a well-founded lack of confidence in the Trump administration, especially now that the FDA has released rules that make a risky pre-election vaccine release highly unlikely. But at least 6 states...
They've pushed back.
At least 6 states and the District of Columbia have indicated that they might review the scientific data for any vaccine approved to fight COVID-19, with some citing concern over political interference by President Trump.
Yeah, the FDA did come out yesterday and say, despite what the White House is saying, we are not going to release the vaccine until we know it's safe.
Yeah. So the Utah Department of Health reported just 716. So that's down considerably. New COVID cases in the state yesterday with 6 new deaths. The rolling 7-day average for positive tests currently stands at 1,035 per day, with a rolling 7-day average of 13.8% positive. Overall, 875,601 people have been tested in Utah, which is way, 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 way too few. 208 are currently in the hospital. Utah has, by the way, the 3rd fewest COVID-19 restrictions in the country. Got that? So of the kind of, the number of restrictions that you could place on people in a state, Utah has the 3rd fewest. The rankings from Wallet Hub were based on data through Monday and showed Utah with the country's fewest restrictions in the following areas: travel restrictions, reopening of restaurants and bars, reopening of non-essential businesses, working from home requirements, strictness of shelter-in-place orders, and state guidance on customer health checks at restaurants. The study used 17 key metrics in determining the rankings, including whether a state requires a face mask to be worn in public and if there are penalties for not complying with coronavirus legislation.
Well, how can we possibly enforce that?
Despite some of the fewest COVID-19 restrictions in the U.S., Utah's unemployment ranking versus restrictions ranking is also nearly the lowest in the country, the 3rd. But Salt Lake City Mayor Aaron Mendenhall wants more restrictions. Following weeks of increasing case numbers, Mayor Mendenhall is formally requesting that the governor move the capital city to orange on the COVID-19 restriction level. Our data's continuing upward trend is alarming and swift action is necessary. The shift to orange should be a signal to Salt Lake City residents of the gravity of this situation, Mayor Mendenhall said. With this request, I hope to specifically target the behaviors that are leading to increased infections. And I feel certain that the governor will listen to what Mayor Mendenhall says and then not do what she asks him to do. Mike Lee's congressional neighbor has tested positive for COVID-19. Congressman right next door to Mike Lee tested positive, apparently after taking a test because he had been in contact with the senator. Representative Salud Carabal of California said in a news release, after discovering I was exposed to an individual who tested positive for COVID-19, I took the test, came back negative, but I went into self-quarantine anyway. Then I developed mild symptoms. I was instructed to take another test, and yes, I have COVID. And he didn't say specifically, but he said, I think he got it from Mike Lee. And I saw a picture of Mike Lee and at the Rose Garden ceremony where they introduced Amy Coney Barrett, the Supreme Court nominee. And there's Mike Lee holding a mask in his hand and hugging anybody he could get his damn hands on.
There's video of it.
Yeah, I saw
of
the
him
video.
Walking around.
Yeah.
And
no, they're hugging and,
super spreader.
Stephen Miller, Donald Trump's senior advisor. He's the core of evil in the Trump administration. He is now tested positive for COVID-19. Miller tested positive. The news came a few days after Trump himself, of course, and First Lady tested positive. Miller released a statement about the news, which read, over the last 5 days, I've been working remotely, self-isolating, testing negative every day through yesterday. Then today I tested positive, and I am in quarantine. So he isolated himself after Trump's diagnosis. He kept taking tests, and they came back negative, but he stayed isolated. and then finally the test comes back positive.
Sometimes it
Because
takes a while for the viral load to build. The other interesting thing about him is his grandmother died recently. So Stephen Miller's family hates him almost as much as we do. His grandmother died recently, and he was asked what she died of, and he said, "Oh, it wasn't COVID. It wasn't COVID." His uncle, the grandmother's son, posted a picture of the death certificate. And on it says, Grandma died of COVID. So he's lying about that. That's how much his family hates Stephen
Right
Miller.
now, there are 21 members of the Trump inner circle that have tested positive for coronavirus. At the Pentagon, top generals and leaders at the Pentagon are putting themselves in isolation. What do you think all of this is signaling to foreign powers who don't care for us?
Yeah.
We're weak.
The United States is not in a very good shape right now. Maybe.
Vulnerable?
Maybe we're vulnerable. Here's another story that'll just... the 5 U.S. attorneys along the border with Mexico, including 3 appointed by President Trump, recoiled. They were repulsed, they said, in May of 2018 because an order came down to prosecute all undocumented immigrants, even if it meant separating children from their parents. They told top Justice, these are documents that have just been revealed. They told top Justice Department officials that they were deeply concerned about the children's welfare. But the Attorney General at the time, Jeff Sessions, Jefferson Beauregard Sessions, made it clear that Mr. Trump wanted on a conference call later that afternoon, according to a 2-year inquiry by the Justice Department. He said, I was on a conference call with him. He says, I want zero tolerance. I don't care how young the children are. Take them away from their parents.
Evil. Evil, evil, evil.
If I care about kids, if they care about kids, don't bring them in. We will not give amnesty to people with children.
What does that tell you that they're bringing their children? Things must be worse where they're coming from.
No, it just means its families are forever, Gina. Rod Rosenstein, then the Deputy Attorney General, went even further in a second call about a week later, telling the 5 prosecutors, again 3 of them Trump appointees, that it didn't matter how young the kids were. He said the government lawyers should not have refused to prosecute 2 cases simply because the children were just infants. I don't care if they're infants. We don't care. Separate them, they said.
Evil.
Oh, boy. Final story?
It better be a happy one. I'm not ending on that note.
American ice cream brand Eskimo Pie has announced they are changing their name after acknowledging the term is offensive to native Arctic communities. I think maybe the cute little Eskimo on the label might be considered a little offensive as well. From 2021, the chocolate-covered vanilla ice cream bar will now be called the Eddie's Pie. E-D-Y-S, Eddie's or Edie's Pie. I think it's Eddie's. A nod to the company's founder, one of the company's founders, Joseph Eddy. The Eddie name is familiar to consumers in the United States as the company Dreyer's Grand Ice Cream. They already use Mr. Eddie's name to market food on the East Coast.
Oh.
Our mission at Dreyer's Grand Ice Cream is to bring joy to everyday life with ice cream, and we look forward to our Eddie's Pie ice cream bars continuing to do just that. They're very popular in Europe, in the UK, too, I believe. They're going to change the name of it there to the Polar Bar.
Oh.
So, no more Eskimo Pie. All right.
Sports weather traffic.
Lakers top the Heat 102-96 to take a 3-1 lead in the NBA Finals. LeBron James woke up from his game day nap on Tuesday and said that we're doing it. And I just, what I take away from that is I want a game day nap. I mean,
Gina, why don't you have a game day? And then
we'll
consider a nap. We'll consider a nap for you. Yes, you have. If you're going to have a game day nap, there must be a game day in your future. And I don't believe there is one.
That's all I want. Weather could break some records today for heat. Could be up to 85 for a high. And boy, is that smoke bad. I was driving around yesterday and I I was hoping somebody was saying to Kamala Harris, come back when you can see the mountains. We have beautiful mountains here, I promise. You can't see them at all, but oh, so bad. Hopefully some of that will clear out this weekend. We've got a chance of a storm Saturday night into Sunday, and we'll cool things off quite a bit. But we're going to be in the 80s for the next 3 or 4 days. Traffic, we've got northbound I-15 traffic delays in Utah County. This is due to construction, not an accident, but it is causing slowage for people there. I thought somebody sent us something via text at 33986. Going 5 miles an hour northbound I-15 at Lehigh Main Street. That came into us via text at 33986.
All right. Things that must go, brought to you by
Scott Hale is offering a furnace tune-up with a free airflow test for only $39. Call Scott Hale, 801-264-HALE.
Things that must go on the radio. From Hale Show.
These are things that are bugging you. Just, you can't take it anymore. Our dear friends of the program. Things that you just say, I can't, please, I can't take it. Make them go away. They are things that must go. If you have things in your life that must go, send them to us. Radio from Hell at x96.com. Put must go in the subject line. Carrie, you want to begin today?
Okay. My first one is from me and a few from my wife. So Jerry Seinfeld has a new book out. Mm-hmm. And he's been on talk shows and a lot of different shows promoting it. And he's got his video set up like most of us do. Using his computer. Mm-hmm. Not just Jerry Seinfeld, but everybody. If you're doing frequent guest things on shows, get a USB microphone. Stop using the microphone in the computer. Your room is echoey, and you need to get a USB and get up on the microphone and speak, mm-hmm. and we can hear you instead of the noise of your room. Sorry, yeah. It's a personal thing. Let's see. People who think just being outside when seeing friends and family is their outside of their quarantine bubble is enough social distancing. I see pictures of, like, it's my birthday and my friends came over. And your friends are sitting right next to you without masks. I don't care if you're outside. 6 feet apart. That's how it works.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Outside is good, but you still need the distance.
Yeah, outside is good, but the distance is what counts. Let's see. Girls that use the Snap/Insta filters on the pic of themselves for company-wide new position announcement emails.
Is it the Harry Potter glasses?
We know your skin isn't flawless, and you don't have magic twinkle sparkles as your aura. And Sue says, my oatmeal container that has the metal lip on the top, that mm-hmm. McCann's oatmeal in the metal can. Mm-hmm. So when I'm trying to use up the very last bit and pour it into my bowl, I can't because
it's stuck in the.
It's stuck, and there's always a bit of it in there. This one from Sarah says, "What must go is the ass hat parade I passed on Redwood and Taylorsville today. About 12 trucks and cars with Trump flags. One mm-hmm. vehicle had a megaphone, and he was using it to yell, 'He's still your daddy, bitch.'
Really?
I don't know about everyone else, but that sure made me rethink my vote."
You're right.
All right, thank you, Sarah. Let's see. Telling a joke in a Zoom office meeting and scanning the squares for a positive response.
Huh?
Because you see, everybody's muted. They're putting on a fresh pair of socks only to step into a puddle of leftover shower water.
Yeah.
This one from Travis. The way some cereals tear up the roof of your mouth. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Gas station pumps that ask 50 questions before you can pump gas. And this one from, dear Lords and Lady, thank you for letting me listen. I ask you to help stop Orange 45 from coming to Arizona, and it worked.
Oh, good.
Because of his COVID-19, he had to cancel coming to Tucson, so thank you very much.
Excellent.
Gina?
One from me. It's a minor thing, but it bugs me. You know when you get a shirt and the outside of it is softer than the inside of it mm-hmm, that mm-hmm. is touching your skin? Mm-hmm. Why make them that way?
Simple solution. Mm-hmm. Simple solution. You wear the shirt inside out.
Yeah.
With the tag and everything?
Sure.
I mean,
sure. You're quarantined. Who's going to know?
Yeah.
Because I'll go to buy something and go, oh, that's soft. I'm like, but the inside isn't soft. I don't care if the outside is soft. Let's see. This is from Please Don't Use My Name. These are all mask related. Sorry. We have a lot of mask must-goes. Number 1, I'm so glad I can ride the bus again because of the mask mandate, but what must go is the little old lady walking up to the driver to ask directions. Both of them pull down their masks so they can hear each other. Their faces are 6 inches above. That's the one time you should walk around with your mask down and then pull it up when you go to talk to someone. If you're going to do that, do it the other way. At a wedding I went to that was thankfully outdoors and very breezy, but my family were the only ones there wearing masks. By the way, it was in Utah County. Also, my 2 coworkers who do wear masks, but one always has her nose exposed, and the other one has way too much face for her mask, causing her to adjust it constantly. Also, they take them off and set them on the counter that all of us need to use when they can social distance. I guess they follow the letter of the law, but no common sense. Thanks to you all for reminding everyone that this is serious and we need to protect each other. Bill?
I have one of my own. My daughter making shortbread jam cookies must go.
Why?
Because, well, let me finish. My daughter making shortbread jam cookies right before the moment I'm going to bed must go. I'm on my way. I'm going to go upstairs to bed. Cookies!
Damn it.
So I have to go back and have some jam cookies. This one says, let's see, can Bill read this for me? He is my reason for living. Okay. Hi, fam. Thanks for offering up this wonderful opportunity to get rid of it's more mask stuff, the anti-maskers of America. I am a flight attendant, and therefore I'm part of the mask police. Mm-hmm. Upon asking a gentleman, that is, dumbass, to pull his mask up several times, informing him that if I had to ask him again, I would have to submit his name to be on the no-fly list. Yes, it's a thing. Then having said gentleman, dumbass, look at me in the eye upon deplaning, pull down his mask below his nose in defiance, and hand me this letter. And then she's put the letter here below, but I can't read it. It's too small. I agree, sometimes it's not comfortable to wear your mask at all times, but as an adult, I know how to follow the rules. Before purchasing a ticket, you have to agree to wear a mask. Before boarding, you are told several times you have to wear a mask over your nose and mouth. In my announcement, you are informed of the rules. And lastly, the pilot, the guy driving your aircraft on the streets in the sky, the guy that adheres to every FAA rule there is for your safety. Yeah, that guy tells you to wear your mask. So don't tell me you don't know. Don't tell me it slipped down. Just please make this go away. I'm happy to do a food cake run for any of you to a city that I fly to. If any one of you 3 deserves a delicious treat, I would do it. Love you all from the KJQ days. Stewardess Jay Dizzle, it says here.
Thank you, Jay Dizzle.
And then I can't read the letter that Jay Dizzle, that he has attached here. It's too small. But I think it's one of those... I don't have to wear a mask because.
Yeah, the Constitution says I don't have to listen to you.
All
right, that's it.
Things that must go on the radio from Hell Show.
Traffic, Gina.
Crash northbound I-15 5th East. This is in American Fork. It's off to the right shoulder. Got a crash in Tooele, northbound SR36 at milepost 52. This is south of Tooele. We've got a crash southbound I-15 I-84 junction in Ogden. And congestion in Utah County due to earlier construction. They should have reopened what was closed overnight, but heard from a couple friends of the program who are still dealing with slowage down there. If you see something, you can text it to us, 33986.
All right, we'll take a break. We will be back. Round one of your boners and more coming up after these. KXRK Provo.
And now, it's time to play the game that everyone wants to play. It's Beat Gina! Beat Gina brought to you today by Hastur Games. Hastur Games in Midvale has the best selection of board games, Magic, and Dungeons & Dragons. And Hastur also buys used games. Hastur Games on 6831 South State Street, or go to HasturGames.com. And today, one lucky contestant will win a Fat Cats gift card. Yes, but that's not all. another contestant, no, the same contestant, will win a Radio from Hell tote bag. And now, here's the man who can host a game show with one hand tied behind his back. He's so good, he can host 2 game shows at the same time. Wow. When you look in the dictionary for the words game show host, you will find his picture, and you will swoon.
Wow.
Here he is, the man, nay, the legend, Kerry Jacksboy Jackson.
Thank you, Johnny.
You're welcome,
Although
Kerry.
I think you're just taking Wikipedia entries about Wink Martindale and using them for me, right?
Oh, no. Wink Martindale doesn't cast a shadow like you do.
All right. Well, thank you.
You're welcome.
How we pick the contestants, you ask? Well, it's easy. We determine, based on the prize that they're going to give Gina, if she beats them at Scary Movie Trivia. So, line 1, Gina is offering you a Greek gyro meal.
Ooh.
Okay.
I don't know whether it's prepared here or
no, there's no
if it's
specifics.
transported.
Okay.
Doesn't say. Line 2 is offering you Halloween cookies and wine.
Okay.
And line 3 is offering you Lehigh Bakery donuts.
I've never had the Lehigh Bakery donuts.
Oh, they're very good.
Okay, we'll go with that.
Is that what you
Johnny.
want?
Sure.
Going with Lehigh Bakery donuts with Brad. Brad is who you will be playing against today. Brad, are you there? Oh, hang on. Brad, are you there?
I'm here.
All right, good. Thank you, Brad. I was doing some work during the commercial. All right. We toss coin to determine who goes first. It does give you an advantage in the game. Heads or tails?
Tails.
All right. Coin toss app says tails. That means you go first, Brad.
Are you feeling confident, Brad?
Very confident.
Oh,
All right.
okay.
These trivia questions prepared by Katie, I would think.
No.
No? Okay.
Hawk.
Based on the Scary Movie franchise.
Okay.
Which were the parodies of the Scream movies and a whole bunch of other horror movies, and so it's based on those.
Okay.
So here we go. Brad, your question first. Multiple choice. What is the name of the high school that Cindy goes to in the first Scary Movie? Is it 1, Shadyside High School, 2, Serial K High School, 3, Dead Bodies High, or 4, B.A. Corpse High School?
I think it's A.
Shadyside? Incorrect.
Shadyside.
Gina.
B.A. Corpse.
B.A. Corpse is correct.
It's 1-0 for Gina, and I don't think I'd like to go to that high school. Gina now controls the question as well.
Gina.
Yeah.
What did Cindy type on the computer to summon the police? What was her message to call the police? Was it 1, the killer's in the house, 2, white woman in trouble, 3, can you bring some donuts, 4, I've fallen and I can't get up?
White woman in trouble.
Wow.
That's 2-0 for Gina, a commanding lead. But, Brad, you have a chance to climb back into the game.
Brad?
All right.
What is the book that Cindy is reading? Is it 1, Harry Pothead, 2, Board of the Rings, 3, The Gay Gatsby, or 4, The I'm Really Hungry Games?
The Gay Gatsby.
Incorrect, Gina.
I don't know.
A, Harry Pothead?
Yeah. Oh, that was a total guess.
Well, Gina sweeps the game.
Wow.
Brad almost didn't get a chance to say anything. And now you'll be
I guess I gotta go rewatch those movies.
Yeah.
You'll be enjoying delicious Lehigh Bakery donuts, and poor Brad will go home empty-handed.
People shouldn't expect me to do that again. That was a
That may never happen.
No.
You whipped him like a souffle.
Hang on, Brad. All right.
I'm going. Goodbye.
You're just out of here?
Yes.
You can't leave until I turn the music down.
Oh, you're right. I can't.
I'm
trying to.
It's like a Doctor Strange spell.
I'm trying to, but I can't leave.
Tell me the truth, Gina. You guessed on all of those.
Totally guessed.
I knew you didn't see those movies. I just knew it. Okay, Johnny, you're free.
Thank you.
You're released.
one of those.
Yeah.
It was it's where you stand across from somebody
Yeah.
and you do the hand
Yeah.
clapping thing, and it was have you ever in your long-legged life seen a long-legged sailor and his long-legged wife?
No.
And then you would switch.
Never.
Never. And then you'd switch to have you ever in your bow-legged, and you would make the motions. You'd have to while you were clapping, then you'd have to go bow-legged. And then there was cross-eyed. You'd have to put your eyes. It was really stupid. It was very
Bill,
stupid.
that's called a game. The kids play.
It was a stupid
it's a
game. It was a stupid game. And by the way, I wasn't doing that this was a college thing. We were doing this in college.
Mine was Cinderella dressed in yellow, went upstairs to kiss a fella, made a mistake, kissed a snake. How many doctors did it take?
That was a jump roping one for us.
Yeah.
That's not symbolic at all, is it?
What?
We
Gina,
had Miss Mary
What do you
Mack.
mean what? Say it again. Say it again. Cinderella kissed a
Dressed
fella.
in yellow, went
Yes.
upstairs to kiss a fella. Made a mistake, kissed a snake.
Not symbolic at all. No. No.
Why'd you have to go there? That never occurred to me.
Of course it
Never
didn't. Never
occurred to
ever.
me.
Never ever. Never occurred to you.
Nope,
Really.
till just now.
Certainly as a
Ruined it for
child,
me.
it would not.
Innocence lost. Thanks.
This is how about we used to jump rope and go. Let's see, Ickabakachu, my mother, your mother. Let's see.
My mother and your mother were out hanging clothes. My mother socked your mother right in the nose.
No, it
what
wasn't
color
that.
was the blood?
Symbolic again, Gina. Symbolic.
You don't remember that one?
I never did any or heard any of these.
My mother, your mother lived across the street, and every night they have a fight, and this is what they say: Ickabaka-chewing-tobacco, Ickabaka-boo, Ickabaka-chewing-tobacco, out goes you.
Nope.
Jump rope. I used to jump rope too.
None of these. I know none.
We
of
didn't
these.
ever jump rope, did you?
No.
Yeah, see,
Our
that
age
was-
group had Miss Mary Mack with the hand thing.
All dressed in
How'd
black,
that go?
black.
See, Gina knows it.
Here, Katie, I'll do it with
Yeah,
you.
thank you.
Oh,
Good
wait.
times.
Okay. Someone is reminding me of one that I remember. All right. Peter, pumpkin eater, had a wife and couldn't keep her, put her in a pumpkin shell and blew her off the hello operator. Give me number nine. If you
the line is
disconnect
the-
me, I'll kick your big behind the refrigerator.
Yeah.
There was a piece of glass.
Along came Mary and
Miss Susie sat upon it and her little. Ask me no
Yeah.
more questions. I'll tell me.
Yes, I remember that one. Okay.
Okay.
and if you get hit with a bucket of, be sure to close your eyes.
And Robert Rightly is asking, what in the nine hells did I just tune into?
I don't know.
Shaving cream, be
Well-
nice and clean.
Robert, this is the thing, is that we were talking about what to do in this break, and Bill had some emails of interest.
Yeah.
But we also have this James Corden song that we wanted to play, but then we realized that it breaks our parody song rule, which we've only broken once, and that was because Weird Al Yankovic was on the show.
Yeah. Yeah, it is a parody song, although, I don't know, there's something about it that...
You just are sweet on James Corden.
I love
that's all.
James Corden. I love James Corden. And I, the host of the Late Show, is that what it is? Yeah, the Late Show. And I don't... I just think he's immensely talented. Look, let's play a little of it. Just a little. Just a little.
Are you sure?
Yeah, just a little.
Okay, I don't know.
We won't play the whole
I just left Walter Reed Medical Center, and it's really something very special. The doctors, the nurses, the first responders, and I learned so much about coronavirus. And I know there's a risk, there's a danger, but that's okay. And now I'm better, and maybe I'm immune. I don't know.
Maybe I'm immune, 'cause today I'm feeling so alive. Just don't be afraid of the way I'm breathing. Maybe I'm immune, it's okay to go out for a ride with others trapped inside. Maybe you're immune to the lies my doctors tell you.
The fact of the matter is that he's doing really well.
Maybe I'm a man, or maybe I don't wear a mask, 'cause I don't care about others. Science I don't really understand.
disinfectant where it knocks it out in a minute, 1 minute? And is there a way we can do something like that by injection inside?
Maybe I'm a man, or maybe I'm just high from this experimental cocktail. Maybe I just need some oxygen.
And he's playing the piano as well.
Yeah.
He's great.
Tommy says Paul McCartney's spinning in his grave. No, Tom.
Tommy's alive, first of all.
McCartney's still with us.
And I think Paul McCartney would enjoy this immensely, as a matter of fact.
Anyway. All right, well, we'll save the email of interest for later.
Will it still be interesting later?
I don't know. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Sure.
We'll see. I mean, we're here till 10, so let's
that's
see. We will, we got, don't forget, now I'm warning you early because it never fails. We have Dr. Cobble on for 2 segments, starting right after we award the boner at 7:45 and then until about 8:15. And it never fails. People don't think of a question to ask him. You know, a doctor, you can talk to a doctor about COVID. And they forget, and then we get all the calls start rushing in right when we're finishing the second segment with Dr. Cobble, and we don't have time.
Don't call right now. Wait till Bill's getting toward the end of the news.
What I'm saying is start thinking of a question that you want to ask him. Start thinking of it now, and then be ready to call later, okay? At 7:45 is when we'll start taking calls for Dr. Cobble.
All right.
Traffic, Gina, please.
Crash southbound I-15, 18th South in Kaysville. It's off to the right shoulder. Pioneer Crossing, northbound I-15, milepost 278. That's causing some slowage there. Heard from a couple of friends of the program.
Is it because there are pioneers crossing there? You've got to watch out for them.
Yeah, well, they move slowly because they got those hand carts, and they can't go very fast. Cars are on the left side of the freeway, causing the slowdown through there. And what do you see? I don't know. You tell me. Text it to us, 33986, and I will pass it along to friends of the program.
All right.
Here's Boners Round 1 coming up. Here are the candidates you will be considering. Number 1, Little Billy Fluffer. Boner candidate number 2, the Trump people don't have to play by the rules. And number 3, I take pictures of you and I tase you because I can.
All right, we'll have round 1 of your boners, Big Boy News, all coming up after these. First, a message from the State of Utah COVID Task Force.
Now, if you go to coronavirus.utah.gov, you'll find a lot of information about this. Right now, they want you to know about a small business quarantined employee grant. So if you own a business with less than 50 employees, you could qualify for this small business quarantine employee grant. The small business grant uses federal CARES money to provide reimbursement to small business employers, less than 50, who pay employees to stay home because they need to quarantine or isolate. And that's for a maximum of 40 hours per week for up to 2 calendar weeks. So if you are a small business owner, you won't lose money on that. This is a different one. There's a laborcommission.utah.gov, laborcommission.utah.gov, but I suspect you could find it at coronavirus.utah.gov as well. So look for that if you are a small business owner with less than 50 employees, laborcommission.utah.gov.
Well, Punk, let's get to the movie review, shall we?
There we go.
That's why nothing to spend in the summer in and out of health facilities like 18 Fingers of Death.
Tell us who stars in this opus.
Well, this is the only movie that's better than 17 Fingers of Death.
Yeah.
It stars James Liu.
Oh, so this is a sequel then?
Yeah.
Yep.
He's Buford, the down-and-out action hero.
James Liu, okay.
Okay.
And we got Maurice Patton.
Yeah.
He's Ronald Mack, the college student and wannabe director.
Okay.
Lisa Arturo.
Nope.
She's Sushi Q, the Honorable Fortune Cookie CEO.
Okay.
Pat Morita.
Oh, well, there's a name I recognize. Arnold from Happy Days.
So I know this movie's at least a year old, right?
Exactly. Well, I noticed he's got lots of others that are in post-production.
Oh, God. All right.
He's the humble restaurateur. We got Lorenzo Lamas.
Lorenzo Lamas?
Yeah.
He's a Antonio Bandana, the singing martial artist.
Okay.
Oh.
Robin Shue.
It sounds like just a great movie.
Oh, yeah.
He's Jackie Chong.
Yeah.
And we got Charlie George Brown as Chuck Snorris.
Chuck Snorris. Okay.
Oh, God.
And Kurt Graves as Steven Seafood.
Okay. Tell us the plot of 18 Fingers of Death.
Well, as far as I can tell, this guy starred in 803 of the finest action movies ever filmed, but he's come up with a script for what could be his breakout role. But when the producers back out and pull his funding, he's forced to pull out the "Will Work for Kung Fu for Money" sign and sell his Kung Fu movie memorabilia in order to get enough money to make a movie in 1 week for the Sundance Film Festival.
God.
And they managed to get like about 90 minutes out of this?
Yep.
Jeez.
Oh, 90 minutes.
All right, have you got a scene from 18 Fingers of Death?
Yeah, I thought I'd give you a little Pat Morita.
Okay.
Oh, good. Pat Morita.
There we go.
Mr. Lee, listen, I always been wanting to know, do you have Chinese Jews? Chinese Jews? Oh, very sorry today, sir. No Chinese Jews. We only have the apple Jews and the orange Jews.
Oh, man.
Jeez. This is worse than I even dreamed.
Yep. What are you giving this movie, Punk?
I'm actually giving it 3.5 Prozac.
What? It's the pills talking, Punk.
It's the prednisone. I think it's the prednisone. For digging up guano, lining up to fight. You can only fight the good guy one at a time.
That's
you
right.
have to circle him.
Yeah.
Feathered hair, the drunken bastard, Bong Fu the series, a wicker basket beaten, bow tie in the kitchen, cowboy Fu, a fallen in love montage, an attack midget, and yes, learning to speak out of sync.
Learning to speak out of sync. All right, and what junk food are you going to have while you watch this movie?
I think you need to gather a few Lynn Wilson's meat and cheese burritos with extra cheese and onions. You can mix in the Durkin's French fried onions as you need. A nice meatball hero, some Rainbow Twizzlers, a bunch of Starburst, Reese's Pieces, a bag of Honorable Fortune cookies, and, yes, a nice cold canister of Lost Energy drink.
All right, Punk.
Wow, sounds lovely.
For those of you that are lost.
All right.
18 Fingers of Death.
The movie that's better than 17 Fingers of Death.
Okay, 7:22 right now. Let's get to round one of your boner voting. 3 news stories now. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior. You will decide with your votes of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day. If it wins here, it goes up against the winner of round 2's voting. Round 2 happens at 8:20. We get 3 different candidates. We get a winner there. We take both of our winners, and put them against each other for a boner fight. At 9:20 this morning is when you'll decide boner of the day. Right now, pick your champion of round one. Here we go. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, then you will vote. And one of you lucky random boner voters will receive.
And I have an idea about how to get boner T-shirts to winners. I don't want to say it on the air because I don't know if we can do it, but I have an idea. So be listening. Maybe we will be able to do this thing, and you will be able to get your boner T-shirt.
Well, and maybe when you say it, they'll listen to you rather than when Kerry said it and they ignored him. So
it's a different thing.
Here's boner candidate number 1, Little Billy Fluffer. In an interview with Men's Health magazine, Billy Bush recalls being fired from the Today Show after just 2 months on the job for his role in the infamous Access Hollywood outtake with Donald Trump from 11 years earlier. After the tape circulated, Bush was ready to apologize on air and believed that he had Matt Lauer's support. Matt Lauer was at this point not in disgrace and was still a big deal on the Today Show.
Yeah.
Bush now says that his then co-anchor, he didn't fight for me, and that is deeply hurtful because I've known him for absolutely ever. Okay. Bush instead learned that he was canned when he tried to get a car to the airport before flying back to New York. The driver who was meant to take him said, "Oh, sorry, Mr. Bush, they just canceled the car."
Wouldn't even get him out of town.
Having recently separated from his wife, Bush holed up alone in an apartment, drinking too much whiskey. He said, 4 months into the situation, he told his brother, 4 months into the situation, "I'm paralyzed. I can't get off my couch. Help me. Help, help, help." Then he went to a treatment center, and then he says he's better now, and he's back on TV, back on Extra.
Oh, really?
Uh-huh. Yeah, he has been for a while. And he says when he looks back at himself in the tape with Donald Trump, he sees a little suck-up cog. Little suck-up Billy Bush. Little suck-up Billy Bush. Little Billy the Fluffer. Yep. That's exactly what you were. And the fact that you are now saying you expected Matt Lauer to help you.
That's the boner?
I guess. It's all the boner.
Just the whole thing.
Oh, okay.
Boner candidate number 1, Little Billy Fluffer. Boner candidate number 2, listen, the Trump people, they don't have to follow the rules. U.S. Surgeon General Jerome Adams was reportedly slapped with a citation for violating coronavirus lockdown rules in Hawaii. Adams, who was helping out with the spike of cases on the island this summer, received the citation in August for congregating in a park that was closed to the public during the pandemic to prevent crowded gatherings. Observed Adams in the Kualoa Regional Park with 2 other males standing and looking at the view and taking pictures, said the officer who gave him a ticket. The park, located on Oahu's northeast coast, is known for its views of the unique cone-shaped Mokoloi Island. Adams allegedly told the officer at the time, "Well, I didn't know the park was closed. There's nobody else around. There are signs.
There's signs, yeah.
I didn't know." Adams stated that he was visiting the park to work with the governor of Hawaii on COVID. "I'm here to work on COVID. And you're
take
giving
pictures like a vacationing person would."
Yeah. Boner candidate number 2. The Trump people don't have to play by the rules. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. I take pictures of you and I tase you because I can.
All right, big boy news and opinioendo now. Then we'll get to candidate number 3 for round 1. News brought to you by.
Every day at Subway restaurants, you get a different 6-inch sub of the day on your choice of bread with any veggies you want for a great low price. At participating restaurants, extras additional plus tax, no additional discounts or coupons.
Let's see. Kanye West, unlike President Trump, Kanye West is running for president, and unlike Donald Trump, Kanye West has disclosed all of his finances as part of his running for president. According to Business Insider, Kanye disclosed that he is worth, quote, hundreds of millions of dollars.
Not specific hundreds of millions?
Well, specifically, his Yeezy LLC apparel and footwear companies are worth $50 million, and his work with Adidas and Nike are worth between $30 and $75 million, according to the report. In addition, Kanye says he is around $100 million in debt, mainly with mortgage money. Of an important note, Kanye did not disclose Kim Kardashian's finances. Usually candidates would disclose their partner's funds as well, but he did not do that. So there he is, Kanye West, really worth millions of dollars because he's what?
So he's worth more than Trump, and he disclosed his finances. Yeah. Okay.
And Howard Stern, a name I don't like to mention very often, because I've always thought that Howard is overrated, but he's nearing a new deal with Sirius.
They don't think he's overrated. They think he's worth
$120 million a year.
There
you go. So, anyway, now COVID here in Utah. There are new charts that show county by county breakouts of the coronavirus in Utah, and the county, Utah County is still banging it out, just
but
banging
Salt
it
Lake's
out.
Not much better.
Yeah, some notable standouts among the small counties include Grand County and Juab County. They had their largest numbers. Morgan County, up Weber Canyon, tied with them. Emory County went from 27 to 52 total cases. Among the mid-sized counties, the 10 counties with more than 20,000 but fewer than 100,000 people, Wasatch County saw more new cases than ever before. So did Sevier and Carbon counties. And Summit, where Park City is, Summit County is getting close to the days in March when they were the epicenter of the coronavirus outbreak in Utah. Utah County is still the hottest spot. And they did better last week when they saw 455 new cases per 100,000. But once again, Salt Lake and Davis counties, they look less alarming by comparison when you compare to Utah County. Cache County had its worst week since June. Burgess Owens running against Ben McAdams. In this story in the Salt Lake Tribune this morning, Burgess Owens was asked at a candidate forum to list one good thing that he could think of about Ben McAdams. So they were both asked, Ben McAdams, what's something good you could say about Burgess Owens? And Burgess Owens was asked, what's something good you could say about Ben McAdams? And Owens struggled. Well, I think he's very loyal to his ideology. Ben has been able to vote 85% for Nancy Pelosi.
Is that a positive you're saying? Is that what you're saying?
Let's see. I haven't really had a chance to get to know him. I've heard that he's a good guy, so.
But I'll be better than him. I don't know anything about him. But
I don't doubt that he's a good guy, but I also, I'll say this, says Burgess Owens. We're in times right now, and we need more than that, than just being a good guy. We need warriors.
So he couldn't think of a good
Couldn't think of anything. Ben McAdams, on the other hand, on his turn, said, well, it seems like Burgess Owens is a person of deep conviction and deep faith, and I respect that about him. I think that to do this job, it takes conviction and strength. And then McAdams went on to say, and I think that's something that we both share. As a person of faith myself, that's a conviction that motivates me to serve and to give back to our community and to our state. I think Mr. Owens does have that same quality.
Why is this race even close?
No idea. Zero.
Because Ben McAdams, in any other state, by the way, Ben McAdams would not be a Democrat.
Yeah. Probably, yeah.
By the way, a lot of security up at the campus because the vice presidential debate will be happening tonight between Kamala Harris and Mike Pence. And It starts at 7 o'clock. A lot of people will tune in for it. There's one moderator, and it's similar. The setup is similar to the debate between Trump and Joe Biden. The biggest question, her name is Susan Page, and she is from USA Today, Washington Bureau Chief. And the big question, it says here, at least in this analysis, is, are you ready to become commander-in-chief? That's going to be the big question for both of them. I thought I would be, if I had a chance to interview Kamala Harris, I'd ask her, in your opinion, just looking at the state of the country today, how did we get here? How did this happen?
Yeah.
How and why did this happen?
Yeah.
That's what I'd be curious about.
I saw a picture of the stage there, and they're still entirely too close. There are two plexiglass walls, between them, but they are still entirely.
They finally agreed to it.
Yeah.
Because Pence was saying he didn't want the plexiglass.
Pence finally backed down on.
Well, his wife said, "No, this will keep the woman from getting to you.
Oh, keep her woman germs away from you." Okay.
You need to keep Kamala safe. It needs to be farther apart.
Well, I think let's put her in another state. Yeah. Let's do that. This is a bizarre story. How much time do we have here?
Just 1 minute.
A local locksmith here in Utah says he was tipped off to something very strange at a recent job, which led to him helping a woman escape from a kidnapping.
Oh,
the woman signaled she needed help in a very discreet way. So here's what happened. This guy shows up to rekey a lock on a front door of a place that called him. He explained that things seemed to be kind of off, but anyway, he's working on the lock, and there was a guy there that was kind of hovering over the woman, wouldn't get really more than a foot away from her, he said. And then he went out to his van to get some new keys, and he stepped back inside the house, and the woman had drawn the numbers 911 on her palm. And she held them up in a way that this locksmith could see the 911, but the guy who was in the house with her could not see it. Now, because he felt that there was kind of a strange thing going on anyway, and then he saw her hold up her hand that said 9. He thought, and he said, "I've got to go back out to my truck," and he went back out and called the cops. And the cops came and
saved the day.
Yeah, she was being kidnapped, apparently.
Well done.
Yeah, all right. Nicely done.
Weather, traffic.
So we could break a record for warmth today. We could get up to 85 for a high today. And that smoke is terrible. I hope somebody close to Kamala is saying, please come back and see our mountains someday, because you can't see our mountains.
It's killing
right
my
now.
eyes.
With a beautiful state you can't see right now. Should get better this weekend, though, with the storm coming in and cooler temperatures. But today and tomorrow, still pretty smoky. Traffic, we've got that crash I-15 northbound near Pioneer Crossing in American Fork. Got a crash near the depot, SR-36 milepost 51 in Tooele County. We have, let's see, nope, that one looks like it's cleared up. Do you see something that's cleared up or something that just happened? Gina, why aren't you talking about this crash I'm looking at right now? Well, you need to tell me about it. You can text it to us, 33986, and I will pass it along.
All right.
Here's boner candidate number 3. I take pictures of you and tase you because I can. Riverton police are searching for a woman accused of assaulting a 9-year-old boy.
Oh.
It happened on Friday in the parking lot of a church parking lot. It was scary. It's scary that a grown woman is doing this, said Kelly Green. Around 1:30 Friday afternoon, her son Keaton was playing in the parking lot with his friend after school. Police said that's when a woman pulled up in an older tan-colored sedan with a loud muffler and started taking pictures of the boys. Again, this is her son is 9, I think. She started swearing at me and my friend, Keaton said. I asked her why she was taking pictures of us, and she said, because I can. Next, Keaton said the woman got out of the car, grabbed his arm, and put a stun gun to his chest. It feels like you're getting stabbed, like with tons of needles in the same spot 1,000,000 times, Keaton said. 2 marks on his chest show where the stun gun delivered high volts of electricity. I fell right down to the ground, Keaton said. If they wanted to take him, they could have taken him easily. He was completely incapacitated, his mother said. Keaton was somehow able to call 911. Paramedics came, treated him. Well, this is highly unusual. I haven't heard of anything like this before, said Riverton Police Commander Ryan Shawstead in an understatement. While there were witnesses to the assault, detectives still haven't identified the woman. She's around here somewhere, and she needs to be caught, said Keaton's mother. Keaton saw the woman in the same area again on Monday. Here's the description. She's about 50 years old. She has tan skin, curly dark hair, and a missing tooth in the front. But what's going on here, I don't know, but it's a boner candidate. I take pictures of you and tase you because I can. Boner candidate number 3.
All right, let's review the first 2 and vote.
Number 1, little Billy Fluffer. Billy Bush felt betrayed by Matt Lauer, you know, his good friend, that stalwart of virtue and morality, Matt Lauer. Yeah. Boner candidate number 2, the Trump people don't have to play by the rules. Surgeon General Jerome Adams cited for breaking COVID-19 lockdown rules, and he was given a citation for it in Hawaii. And boner candidate number 3, I take pictures of you and tase you because I can.
All right, now don't forget, as soon as we award round 1 of your boner, that's when you call in to line up to ask questions of Dr. Cobble, okay? So let's get the boner voting taken care of, and as soon as we award the boner, then you can call and talk to Dr. Cobble. Line up. Okay, so let's vote for round 1 of your boners. Here we go. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that number, that single digit, in the message of a text, and then text it to 33986. Or you can call the producer's booth at 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting, October 7, 2020. You have until the end of these messages. This is just round 1, all right? We're going to have round 2 coming up, and then we'll take both of our winners, and you'll decide boner of the day at 9:20. So right now, pick your champion from round 1. Here we go. Let's vote.
So I saw this story, too, this morning, and it's did somebody break wind on the news?
It's what is that sound is what we're playing.
It's
a game.
So see if it sounds like that to you. This is during an interview with Democratic Representative, how do you say his name?
Swalwell.
Swalwell. He's on being interviewed by Chris Matthews on MSNBC.
Mm-hmm.
And you've got the audio.
I've got the audio. So we'll start off with Chris, and then he'll talk, and then you'll hear the fart during Eric Swalwell's response.
Who were on the phone listening to the president talk about this swap of dirt for U.S. military aid.
Chris, so far, the evidence is uncontradicted that the president used taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And the complaint that I've heard...
Okay, one more time.
There we go.
Evidence is uncontradicted that the president used taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And the complaint that I've heard...
Who were on the...
Now, so the internet, the Twitter, and all of that went crazy. With,
yeah.
So who farted on the? Now they say.
Chris Matthews tweeted out saying that it was a coffee mug scooting across a table.
Which it probably is.
It could be, but it also sounds to me like a wooden stool leg.
Yeah.
Scraping across the floor.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's more likely one of those things than a fart.
I thought it was somebody just farting around. Somebody just put that in there. That's what it seemed like to me.
Added it to it?
Yeah.
No.
Well, no, they said that it happened during the broadcast because if you look at Swalwell's face, he kind of grimaces a little.
Oh, I didn't notice that.
What was that?
Well, then it was him. It was Swalwell.
And
that
he
was
says,
a Democratic fart.
He said, no, it wasn't me. I don't know where it came from, but it was funny at the time, and that's why I smiled.
Well, let's see. They say the smeller's the feller.
Well, what does it mean, the listener? The listener's the what?
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to...
The hearer's
is the bearer?
I don't know.
I thought he who smelt it dealt it.
Well, it doesn't indicate that he smelt it. It indicates that he heard it.
Yeah, so we don't know if he dealt it. Fox smells his own hole first. That's what they say.
Taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And
now he pauses a little bit there.
Yeah, just kind of because
Well,
he's
that's why
sneaking it. He thought he could sneak it out.
He kind of goes, "Whoa, what was that?" Huh?
Although, wouldn't he'd sort of have to have a microphone near his.
We don't know if it was whether
ventilator.
it's his or Chris's because they leave Chris's mic on as well.
Oh.
So what Chris is claiming is that it was his coffee mug going across the top of the table.
Okay, then it's Matthews, and you can look at him. He's a farter.
He's a farter.
Yeah, he gets too excited about stuff, and
the president used taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And
yeah, that
Cheat,
pause. That pause is
that tells me he knows it's coming.
The pause is unfortunate.
That tells me he knows something's happening.
What, you mean like he leaned up? Like he tried to one-cheek sneak?
A one-cheek sneak while he's standing up?
Because, you can't fart in those hearing rooms. They're so condensed and
all
those people.
People would go, God, who did that?
Well, actually, that's a better place to go because there's so many possible...
Wasn't me.
Whoa.
Wasn't me. Where was I yesterday? I was in a car with some people, and I won't say who, but I kept thinking, somebody is stinking this car up. And you don't want to say anything because...
You'll embarrass somebody.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
to help him cheat an election.
Yeah, that was Chris Matthews.
Think it was Matthews?
Yeah.
Ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election.
Yeah, that's an old man fart. That's an old man fart. It's kind
How
of raggedy.
Can you tell?
It's kind of raggedy.
It's not.
Yeah, it's not
strong,
full-throated.
it's
It's kind of raggedy and almost wet sounding.
Oh,
and here are the rhymes that we were looking for. He who denied it supplied it.
Oh.
The blamer is the claimer.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you, people who
All right.
listen to the show. You're smarter than we
Thank you
are.
very much.
Very good.
Okay, we're going to award round one of your boners, but first, a message from the Department of Workforce Services.
Yeah, maybe you were a workhorse at your company, and then the pandemic hit, and they laid you off. Maybe you were furloughed, waiting for your job to come back. Perhaps your benefits have dried up. Well, if any of that kind of thing has happened, start looking for some more work. Where do you go? How do you look for work? Well, there are jobs available in Utah right now, perhaps some in your field. The way to find out is go to jobs.utah.gov. You'll find the hottest jobs available at jobs.utah.gov. There's even a mobile app that you can download to find and search and apply for jobs right from your phone. So head to jobs.utah.gov, find the hottest jobs in the state, start searching for your new career. Very simple. Just go to jobs.utah.gov. Change your life now.
All right. Let's award round one of your boners, and then we'll. Let's line up phone calls right now for Dr. Cobble, 877-602-9696. Call in now with your questions about COVID. Let's award round one of your boners.
And it's brought to you in part by a Cobb salad.
And Moochie's would like to thank their loyal customers for supporting their locally owned and operated business. Moochie's has been voted Best of Utah for over 17 years. Dine-in, delivery, or pickup is available.
Boner candidate number one, Little Billy Fluffer. Billy Bush, about the Access Hollywood tape with Trump. He felt betrayed when his pal Matt Lauer didn't stick up for him. Boner candidate number two, the Trump people, they don't have to play by the same rules. Surgeon General Jerome Adams cited for breaking COVID-19 lockdown rules in Hawaii. He was given a citation for it. And boner candidate number three, I take pictures of you and I tase you because I can. A woman here in Utah, in Riverton, attacking a 9-year-old kid with a stun gun. Woof. Charlie won a boner T-shirt, and the winner was boner candidate number three. I take pictures of you and I tase you because I can.
That's your winner of round one. It now goes forward to Boner Fight. Might be boner of the day. Round two at 8:20. We'll get another winner there. Boner Fight happens at 9:20 this morning. That's when you'll decide boner of the day.
All right, it's time to chat with Dr. Michael Cobble. You can ask him questions at 877-602-9696. You can text questions to 33986. Good morning, Dr. Cobble.
Good morning.
Are you feeling well?
I'm feeling great. I'm a little tired this week, but I'm feeling good.
Good. Dr. Cobble, we'll have some questions for you, I'm sure, lining up here in just a second. But I was curious about Donald Trump's COVID-19 malady here. He says he feels great, better than he has in 20 years. He was able to, leave the hospital, walk from the Marine One, walk up the stairs, go into the so he's moving around under his own power. He's tweeting out videos of himself. So is it likely that his symptoms could worsen, or is he going to have a mild case?
Well, I think, first of all, we were all pretty surprised he caught it, right?
No.
With him doing all those protective measures and
Yeah.
following the guidelines of the postcard that he sent out to all of us in our mail.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's a little bit dangerous. It's like what I see with my patients that feel better for a day or two, and then they go out and overdo it, and they can crash and burn and feel bad again. I think the steroids that he got can make people energetic and make them feel better and even make them manic, staying up all night, not being able to sleep. And I just think it's a little bit dangerous. I wish he would follow the rules the rest of us are supposed to follow, the 10-day quarantine or up to 14-day quarantine, and protect the people you work around. He's exposing everyone to this virus. And, we hope the best for him, and I wish he'd just follow medical guidance. I would hope his doctors are giving him better guidance than what he's displaying.
I saw a timeline of Herman Cain, who died from coronavirus. Herman Cain, former presidential candidate, and it said that he announced that he had the virus. Then a few days later, he said he felt fine. He was going to be fine. Then his people announced that he wasn't feeling so great, and then he died. So there's no telling, I guess, what the virus can do over a period of several days, right?
Well, yeah. Again, I think you can have these little periods where you feel like you're doing better, and then all of a sudden things get ugly quick. And he's in an age group and also in a income group and in a weight group that makes him very high risk, right? I mean, he's poor, and he's old, and he's overweight.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
he's
you.
poor.
Oh, well done.
Yeah.
Well done, Dr. Cobble.
Well, yeah.
So I think that it's just really dangerous, and hopefully he doesn't go that course. Herman Cain caught that at the Tulsa rally, did he not?
Yeah, that's what they think.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
Well, it's super scary. I think the other thing was, saying the other day the flu kills 100,000 Americans. I mean, the flu kills between 14,000 and 60,000 Americans per year. in a 6-month time period. We average about 33,000 deaths in 6 months. We do 30,000 deaths with COVID in a month. So,
yeah.
Again, the flu is not nearly as dangerous as what COVID is, and I think we just have to continue to be very diligent and careful.
All right, let's take some calls then. Let's start with Leslie. Hello,
Hi, Leslie. What's your question for Dr.
Hi.
Cobble?
Hi. Yeah, I was just wondering about kind of the mechanisms of the virus. You hear people talking about people shedding the virus. So how does the virus actually leave the body or leave the cells?
That's interesting, yeah.
Yeah, the term shedding, I guess, kind of bothers me.
Yeah,
I wonder
why
if
does
that's
it
correct.
why does it ever leave the body, Dr. Cobble? And how?
Well, again, the virus comes in and it takes over your cellular structure. It creates this immune response, and usually it's a hyperimmune response. So your immune system recognizes something bad or something foreign, and it tries to fight it off. But if it has not been able to recognize it like it's seen it before, which nobody has seen this before, it just recruits everything to try to fight it. And oftentimes that fire that is created causes more damage. And so people get this immune system response that blocks up the blood vessels and blocks up the kidney and the heart and the brain and the nervous system and the lungs. And by shedding, the virus is overtaking your own cellular structure. And then the way this virus is shedded predominantly is when you laugh, cough, sneeze, sing. It's an aerosol. You're spitting it out or spraying it out. You can certainly shed it through your poop, and you can other places as well. But it's spread through any residue matter that is leaving your body, but mostly aerosol. So the way people catch this is you're around someone else who's sick that's laughing, coughing, sneezing. The bad thing is, again, people could not know that they're sick for up to 8 days, so they could be spreading it by going to a wedding or going to a choir group or just going to dinner. One of my patients caught it just going to dinner with a friend, and he noticed his friend was coughing at dinner. And then 4 days later, he can't smell, and 4 days after that, he can't taste, and the next day after that, he's coughing, and he comes in for the test, and he's positive. So again, I think the bad thing is just avoid people that can aerosolize it, cough it, or.
But
or
that's essentially how. I mean, people who recover, they've aerosolized it enough that it's left their body.
Well, no, you don't cough it all out.
Well, yeah. So what happens is the virus itself has a time course where it can no longer survive, where the body is able to remove it completely, not by vacuuming it up or shoveling it away. It just finally dies. It just can no longer continue to replicate or continue to make itself, because the virus can't live by itself. It has to take over another cellular structure. And so it could go dormant, and viruses can live for a long time in a dormant stage where they're not infected, and where they're in the cold or frozen, or they're in stored in a test tube in a lab somewhere. But yeah, the virus just runs its course, and usually it runs its course in 10 to 21 days when the body finally overtakes it and kills all of the virus itself.
We don't know if this particular virus does go dormant, do we?
Well, again, I think that eventually you get enough immunity to it that it's just a mild cold like a lot of other viruses. Or if we got lucky and everyone becomes immune to it, it just can't infect anyone else. Or I guess it's possible there are certain viruses that can go away completely, but that's quite rare. I mean, typically we remove most viral risk by a vaccine.
Yeah.
All
right, Leslie. Thank you.
Thank you, Leslie. That frees up one more line now, 877-602-9696. We got Todd and Tracy on hold, and we'll get to them after a message or two. Gina, traffic, please.
A crash northbound I-15 just south of Pioneer Crossing in American Fork, milepost 278. That's the only accident I'm seeing right now. What do you see? You can text it to us, 33986. Discover the ties between Halloween and the natural world at Red Butte Gardens Botanical Celebration this October with free daytime admission, funded in part by the Utah Legislature through the Division of Arts and Museums. Pre-register at redbuttegarden.org.
All right, so we'll take a break. We will be back more with Dr. Cobble talking about the COVID, questions for a doctor, right here on X96. Now a message from the state of Utah about voting.
Well, get yourself registered, okay? That's the most important thing to do right now. And then update your voting information because the 2020 general election will be November 3rd. So in Utah here, you can vote by mail, and that's a safe way to do it. We've been voting by mail here in Utah for a good long period of time. Make sure, by the way, when you get those mail-in ballots, that you carefully follow all the instructions.
Yes.
And also be careful with your signature. Don't be careless with your signature. Write legibly, clearly, the way you have been signing your name for a period of time. You can find out more about this by going to vote.utah.gov. You'll find out if you're registered. You'll find out what party you're registered with, if that's important to you. And you can also find out information about how to vote in person if you'd like to do that. So remember, it's vote.utah.gov.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders. We join our elders as they pursue leads given them by Zone Leader Hansen. This episode finds elders Christiansen and Jensen trying to catch up to a rather well-known starship.
Captain, scanners show 2 small one-man craft closing fast.
Captain, they're hailing us.
Analysis, Mr. Spock.
Readings coming in now, sir. 2 single-occupant warp-capable 10-speed bikes.
Spock, enough with the details. Who are they?
There is a 99.7% probability they are LDS missionaries.
Mr. Sulu, go to red alert. Evasive maneuvers. Armed photon torpedoes.
Aye, Captain.
No good, Captain. They're still closing in on us.
Mr. Sulu, ready phasers?
Phasers ready, sir.
Damn it, Jim. Don't you think that Starfleet would disapprove of you blasting away at unarmed missionaries?
As much as I hate to agree with the so-called doctor, I believe his logic is sound on this matter.
Don't bite me, you pointy-eared half-breed.
Bones, that's enough. Report, Mr. Sulu.
While you and the others were bickering about our strategy, we were boarded by the missionaries.
Mr. Sulu, where are they now?
Turbo lift number 7 en route to the bridge.
Hi, my name is Elder Christiansen, and this is my companion, Elder Jensen. We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons.
We're here to ask you if you've ever heard of our church, and if so, would you like to know more?
Spock, what does the computer have on these Mormons?
Fascinating, Captain. Church founded in the 19th century, has grown steadily since, preach a belief system involving an eternal afterlife, and encourage their members to abstain from drugs, including caffeine, gambling, and sex outside of marriage.
Elder Christiansen, is this accurate?
Yep, the pointy-eared half-breed is fairly accurate.
No sex outside of marriage. My God, how barbaric. We wouldn't be able to fill an entire hour of TV time if I didn't stop to have sex with green, large-breasted women with blue hair every week.
It would cause some difficulties for the riders, Captain.
Spock, see if you can sneak around behind them and use the Vulcan nerve pinch on them.
Excuse me, elders, but you seem to have some lint on the shoulders of your dark suits. Let me be of assistance.
Quick, put them on their bikes and beam them into deep space.
Could this be the end of our elders? Would Starfleet really frown upon firing photon torpedoes at missionaries? Why was Dr. McCoy always hanging out on the bridge when he should have been in sickbay? Find out the answers to these and other questions on the next nerve-pinching episode of Space Elders.
All right, so we got lines full for Dr. Cobble. You can talk to a doctor about COVID instead of your crazy uncle. Let's go to Todd. Hello, Todd.
Good morning.
Hi, good morning. What's your question?
I know some people that work in businesses where masks are required, and lately it seems like there's a lot of people coming in there that say, I don't have to wear a mask because I have asthma and I have a doctor's note, and they're not required to show that doctor's note because of medical privacy or something. I'm not sure about that, but it seems to be happening more and more often.
Well, Dr. Cobble?
Well, I just think that's sad and that's dangerous. I think that, I'm not sure exactly what the legal implications are here in Utah, but I think that if I ran the business, I would refuse their service, and if they wouldn't leave, I would call the police and let the legal people take care of it. It's like somebody saying they can't wear a seatbelt because they just had bypass surgery on their chest and it makes their chest sore. And it just sounds silly. And there's no evidence that a mask affects your breathing ability or oxygen ability or asthma. And again, my wife made the comment that people that say they're claustrophobic with a mask or makes their asthma worse, they're just afraid of cooperation.
Perfectly put. Well, could he go to his HR department perhaps and talk to them?
That's a good idea.
Because it's putting everyone else in danger, and that's an HR nightmare right there. So that's what I would suggest.
Yeah, try HR. Okay? All right?
Thank you.
All right, Todd. Thank you.
Bye.
Thanks.
Let's go to Tracy. Hello, Tracy.
Hi. My question is I got a flu shot about 2 weeks ago. How long do they last, and do you recommend getting another one in January or February?
Yeah, it's a great question. So typically a flu shot begins to give you immunity in 10 to 14 days. So I like people to get it a couple weeks ahead of when they want to be immune to the flu. And if you got the high-potency flu vaccine, and you can ask your clinician or pharmacist, whoever gave it to you, if you got the high-potency flu vaccine, that should last 6 months. If you got the regular or the low-potency vaccine, it's good for 3 months or so. We're just doing the high-potency flu vaccine at our office currently. So I think if you can call wherever you had your vaccine and ask. Some people, if they get the low-potency flu vaccine, they'll want to repeat it again in January, mid-January, late January.
You got that?
Got that. Thank you.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Got a couple of lines open now, 877-602-9696 if you want to talk to Dr. Cobble.
With that flu. Oh, we have another one. Oh,
go ahead, follow up, but then we can go to Stacy.
Yeah, with the flu vaccine, Dr. Cobble, is it true that if you get the flu vaccine, you sort of wake up your immune system, and that might help you fight off other diseases, not exactly the flu, but if your immune system is working overtime, it might help protect you from other things?
It's possible. I mean, I know with the pneumonia vaccine, I would see people that got recurrent bronchitis every year, and when they got the pneumonia vaccine, they wouldn't get bronchitis anymore. The flu mist, which was the nasal flu vaccine, definitely gave cross-immunity against some of the cold viruses, but I haven't seen the injection itself or studies with the injection itself doing that, but it certainly is possible. I mean, you're stimulating the B helpers and the T helper cells to try to recognize foreign viruses. And again, the bad thing about a virus is they don't have the ability to live by themselves. They have to infect a cell. So the bad thing is about COVID virus is it appears to affect every cellular structure of your body. So people can have strokes with it, heart attacks with it, kidney failure, liver failure, blood clots. Pulmonary failure is the worst, of course, because if you can't breathe, then it becomes very difficult to, if you don't have oxygen, everything dies.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to Stacy then. Hello, Stacy.
Hello.
Hi, what's your
so
question?
my question is, what does Dr. Cobble think about trick-or-treating this year? Not only for the kids who are coming to the door, but the people who are answering the door.
Yeah, we're not going to trick-or-treat this year. We're not going to participate either giving out treats or getting treats, and that'll be good for my waistline because I tend to gain about 10 pounds during Halloween. But I think it's dangerous. I mean, again, the kids are wearing masks, but they're touching things, and I just think that this year Halloween is a dangerous event. It's one thing to be around family members if you're all trying to protect each other, but I think the other thing, you're around a lot of strangers and touching things and door handles and doorbells, and I just think it's dangerous. Although I've told my wife if we catch COVID, it's going to be from family or friends. So we've just been really diligent around the family and friends that we're interacting with and trying to be really careful.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, that, we wouldn't answer the door and pretend, that we weren't home this year.
We're not.
But do you think that the mayor or somebody will ban trick-or-treating this year? Have you heard anything
I don't think
they will,
about that?
They should, but it doesn't look like they are going to.
No, I don't think they would. Certainly here in Utah, they wouldn't try to do it.
No. All right, thank you, Stacy.
Okay, thank you.
Quick, another follow-up question about the flu vaccine. What's the safest way to get it? Make your appointment with your doctor or walk in at Walgreens?
Well, I think that either are safe as long as you're wearing your mask and not touching your face and following the CDC guidelines, stay 6 to 10 feet away from people. And, I think that either way would be safe. Those are much safer than going to the bar or going to a restaurant inside.
Could you get a flu shot at a bar?
Well, the bars would be open again if we could, right?
Yeah. I got mine at the pharmacy, and that's where I've always got it.
And see, we got ours at the pharmacy, but we made an appointment. So we were the only ones.
I took the kids. Our whole family went and got them, and we were in and out of there in 10 minutes.
I picked up some people off the street and took them and got them some flu shots. Any other questions?
There's not a lot you can do now to make yourself feel like you're helping. It's the masks and distancing. But I have to say, getting that flu shot made me feel like, okay, I've taken a positive step toward my health being better. It felt good to get it. So if you haven't got your flu shot, get it.
Just a quick text.
I mean, we're up over 1,000 cases a day again in Utah, and it's been that way for quite some time. And they're projecting up to 2,900 deaths a day in the United States in December if the flu hits hard, the combination between the two. So at least the flu is something you can do something about.
All right. Quick text question. Does the loss of taste, because that's one of the symptoms or that happens to you when you get it, does the loss of taste feel similar to burning your taste buds?
No, it's completely different. It's not painful or uncomfortable. It's just
It just
and
happens.
oftentimes it could be the first thing that happens. I know my wife in the late spring lost smell and taste, and we checked her for COVID twice. It was negative, and it was just really bad allergies. So, again, there are other things that can do that. It's not a painful experience, but loss of taste and or smell are a high-risk concern. Patients that I've had recently that had loss of smell and then 4 days later couldn't taste the wine, and then the next day cough started.
Yeah.
That's when I worry about COVID. You know, that cough is a hallmark for this disease.
Yeah.
You know, my grandmother was born without a sense of smell. She just didn't have it, and that of course then she didn't have really much of a sense of taste, which is why she was a terrible cook.
Boom.
It's true.
I have some patients that have that as well, and their only enjoyment for food is through the texture of the food, which is crazy.
That's sad.
Dr. Cobble, thanks for spending some time with us. As always, Dr. Cobble does this out of the goodness of his medical heart. He volunteers to do this, so thank you for doing it. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Talk to you next week. All right.
He gets
Traffic.
funnier every week, too, by the way.
He's more relaxed now, yeah. Traffic, Gina.
Crash I-15 southbound near the on-ramp from 33rd South in South Salt Lake. 2 left lanes are blocked. Traffic is backing up to the Spaghetti Bowl. And I think a friend of the program saw some debris in the road associated with that.
Free debris?
Free debris. If you are fresh out of debris, there's some for you there. And that's my only accident I have to tell you about right now. If you see something, you can text it to us, 33986. Protect your home and family with a security system from Mountain Alarm. Utah security experts. Visit mountainalarm.com or call 801-395-8700.
All right, so we got round 2 of your boners coming up. Yes?
Yeah, here are the candidates. Boner candidate number 1. My dad saved Christianity. Literally. He literally saved Christianity. Boner candidate number 2. Who knew there could be 2 kids in the district named Danny? And boner candidate number 3. You let someone put that on you, you get what you deserve.
All right, we got round 2 of your boners and big boy news all coming up after the standby. Hoops Vision Correction, HOOPES Vision.com.
Hoops Vision, they do all kinds of procedures at Hoops Vision on your eyes to improve your vision, but they're primarily known, their big deal is the LASIK surgery. I've had it there. Carrie has.
Oh, yeah.
Many of our family members, to improve your vision so you don't have to wear glasses or contact lenses. And that's really nice. With the winter coming, you know, your glasses are not going to fog up when you come from the outside into the house and all of that. And think of if you're a skier or a snowboarder, that'll really help. So right now they're offering $1,000 off LASIK at Hoops Vision. That's $500 an eye, and you can have a free, no-obligation appointment just by calling Hoops Vision, 1-877-30-LASIK. That's 877-305-2745. You call them, make your appointment, or you go to hoopsvision.com. From celebrities to moms right here in Utah, more and more women are consuming their placentas in pill form.
Don't do that.
Listen, I want you to hear these.
Okay, wait, don't go on. Even if there's something about eating your placenta, you would have to do it the way your dog does it when she has puppies.
Yep.
If there's anything to it, drying it out and putting it in a pill kills whatever good thing you think it does.
Medical expert Gina Barberi, listen to the testimonies of these women,
All
Gina.
right.
The placenta, for those of you who don't know, is an organ that grows inside the uterus while a baby is developing. The placenta gives nutrients to the baby, and some believe...
Some
believe.
People are saying, and I'm hearing.
Ms. Barberi, not among them.
No.
But some people are saying, and I'm hearing, and I have the tendency to believe when some people say and I hear, and then I believe, that it is also capable of giving mom key nutrients even after it, that is the placenta, and the baby are delivered. Quote, so what happens is, studies show that about 72 hours after delivery, once the placenta is delivered, hormone levels drop, said Rachel Talley, a midwife, Gina, and herbalist. Are you either of those two things?
Wow, a midwife and an herbalist.
Are you?
I am neither of those.
All right then.
Are there any,
I let you take out your credentials and show me.
Are there any doctors or scientists around?
Carrie?
Studies, Carrie.
Studies
say,
herbalist.
according to this midwife,
and a
midwife
study,
and
herbalist.
A study could be, you know,
Okay.
I've studied things, and that's
It takes 4 to 12 weeks statistically, said an herbalist and midwife, for the body to and the endocrine system to start producing these hormones again. So what we're really doing is natural hormone therapy. After Miranda Hansen delivered her second child, she said she felt the despair of postpartum creeping back in. The first 5 days was like a flashback, she said. But after taking her first placenta pill, she says, so here's evidence right here.
Okay.
The symptoms softened in just 20 minutes. It was like this fog that was lifted, she said. It was like a breath, like it was totally like, you know, I could just like feel like it was clear. It was
Couldn't
like
possibly
amazing.
be that you were thinking that would happen, so it happened.
Oh my God, you are so negative. Miranda says she bonded with her baby, got back on her feet quicker, and dropped her baby weight faster after taking the pills. Other moms, like Melinda Dratchell, also weighed in. I'm a big fan of Western, you know, like modern medicine, she said. I'm all about the epidural, which I know you are, Gina.
Big fan of the epidural.
But she said the placenta pills worked for her. It was a little strange at first when I started
And
talking.
you know they kept the
taking them.
cougars away, and they kept...
Rachel Talley midwife and herbalist, charges. What are you charging for this advice, Gina? Huh?
It's free.
She charges $250. Okay.
How much
and
does she
that's what it's
charge?
worth. And that's what it's worth.
How much does she charge? I'm
That's
curious.
what your advice is worth. Because her advice, midwife and herbalist, $250 for her services. She said a placenta typically yields about 200 to 300 pills. Some hospitals won't release the placenta, but if they do, and if it's handled correctly, the health department said they don't see a risk in consuming your own placenta, but they do caution folks not to share their placenta with somebody else.
Please let me have some of your placenta.
No.
Come on.
No, don't share. No placenta sharing out there, okay? Rachel Talley, midwife, herbalist, and placenta encapsulator.
And making money off of it.
She is.
Wait, that couldn't possibly have anything to do.
She is a placenta encapsulator as well.
A placebo encapsulator.
Yeah.
All right, 8:21 right now, and it is time for round 2 of your boner voting. Here we go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior, and you will decide with your votes of these 3 candidates which one is the worst. Which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day. If it wins here, it goes up against the winner of round 1's voting. We did that an hour ago, but we'll take both of our champions and put them against each other. You will decide boner of the day at 9:20 this morning. All right, that's when boner fight happens. Right now, you're picking your champion for round 2. Send one of these 3 candidates forward. Here we go. 2 candidates now, a third after the news, and once you've heard all 3, then you will vote. And one of you lucky random boner voters will receive.
Via your email, you will get a gift certificate to go have some delicious food from our friends at Diversion Eatery. You can see their menu at diversioneatery.com.
Boner candidate number 1, my dad saved Christianity. Eric Trump claimed that his father, Donald Trump, quote, literally saved Christianity during a radio interview last week. He made the comment while giving a list of achievements that he attributes to his father. He literally saved Christianity. There was a war on faith in this country by the other side. I mean the Democratic Party, the far left, and it's become the party of the, quote, unquote, atheists. They want to attack Christianity. They want to close churches. They are totally fine with keeping liquor stores open, but they want to close churches all over the country, he said, before continuing his list of accomplishments. Even with Eric Trump's clarification, it was not immediately clear what he meant when he said his father had literally saved Christianity. While it is clear that Eric Trump's gripe seems rooted in coronavirus-related church closures, the decision to reopen places of worship was largely in the hands of state and local officials and not the president.
Yes.
Eric Trump's reference to liquor store is likely based on the conservative complaint that churches were forced to remain closed while businesses like grocery stores and, yes, liquor stores were allowed to open.
It's not the same.
Religious gatherings, it is to me, Carrie.
You can pray at home whenever you like.
I can pray at
if you want. You
I can
can't
pray
make
at a
groceries
liquor store.
appear inside your house.
Isn't Jesus everywhere?
You can if you pray hard enough. And I pray at the liquor store. Religious gatherings, particularly those that occur indoors, often last more than an hour. They emphasize people singing and talking and and there's a lot of...
There's online options for people if you need that community feel, because that's what people say you need. Most churches have an online service that you can participate in.
Okay, fine, Miss Liberal. So when are they going to offer online liquor, huh? That's what I need.
Right?
Online liquor.
Exactly.
Have your damn...
Hand it to you right through your computer, though.
Have your damn online religious services. I want my damn online liquor. We've gone far afield here. Let's come back,
anyway,
shall we?
sorry. Eric saying that Christianity was in trouble, even though the churches are everywhere, it's on the money, and we're voting for a Catholic. Okay.
a very religious person.
Boner candidate number 1, my dad saved Christianity. Boner just can't.
Fart noise.
Here's my serious news analysis. Boner candidate number 2. Well, who knew there could be 2 kids named in the district named Danny? Who knew? The Davis County Health Department is apologizing for a mix-up in information which led them to ask the wrong group of students to quarantine after a student continued to attend class with a positive COVID-19 diagnosis. In the world of wipes and face masks and social distancing and hybrid learning, the school year has been off to an interesting start, as we all know. I knew it was a possibility, said Davis School District parent Daniel Baum. For Mr. Baum, those concerns became a reality when he received a call from the COVID coordinator at his son's school. They mentioned that somebody in his class had tested positive for COVID and was still attending school, said Baum. To get that news, we were frustrated about the parents who sent their COVID-positive student to school. The COVID coordinator told Baum that his 9-year-old son would have to begin a 2-week quarantine along with other 30 other students or so in his 4th grade class. But what happened, but that was supposed to last 2 weeks only, but it just lasted a single day, and the reason was the principal started looking into it and went, it's the wrong kid. We have the wrong kid. It's a different group of people who should be quarantining, not the one with your kid, Mr. Baum. As it turns out, it was a kid that had the same name. So,
how many people were exposed because of this?
Yeah,
exactly.
Oops.
I mean, who knew that there could be 2 kids in the district named Danny? I mean, coming up in a moment, Boner candidate number 3. You let someone put that on you, you're going to get what you deserve.
Boner candidate number 3 for round 2 coming up after this. Big Boy News and Opinioendo. Brought to you by
Check out Downtown SLC's Open Streets, featuring expanded outdoor dining, live performances, and art, happening Thursdays, Fridays, and Saturday evenings from 6 to 10, now through October 10th on Main Street and 4th South to South Temple. Learn more at downtownslc.org.
I know that you all are going to be as happy as I am when you hear this news that Reba McEntire has a romance going on.
A romance?
A romance.
Good
yeah.
for her.
She's been swept off her feet, as a matter of fact, she has revealed, by actor Rex Linn.
Well.
Now, Reba is 65. Mr. Linn is 63. He's a regular performer on the show Young Sheldon, and he's also been on Better Call Saul, CSI Miami. He might be, you might remember him on CSI Miami. He played Frank Tripp. Anyway, Reba has been. He's a very fine looking gentleman, and on her podcast, Living and Learning.
Living and learning.
She said, "Yeah, it's true. He's a sweetheart of a guy."
Aw.
Way to go, Reba.
Oh,
and even better news. Feisty Tasmanian devils are roaming the Australian mainland once again. They were becoming an endangered species, the Tasmanian devil. Seeing those devils released into a wild landscape, it's a really emotional moment, said Liz Gabriel, director of a conservation group called Aussie Ark, which led the release effort in a partnership with other conservation groups. So 11 recently released Tasmanian devils. They are apparently very happy to be free, and they are going to. It seems as though they're already reproducing. Isn't that great news?
That is good news.
I know it's great news for people up in Ogden who revere the Tasmanian devil.
They get tattoos and T-shirts. And
Taz T-shirts.
This is a real Tasmanian devil.
That's scary.
They're mean little suckers.
Oh, yeah, they are. They're terrible little animals.
Mm-hmm. It says here they're feisty.
Yeah, this is two of them fighting with each other.
The Utah Department of Corrections has announced that 196 inmates had to be, or have tested positive. 196 tested positive for COVID-19 at the Utah State Prison in Draper.
Yep.
The state prison is broken up into several facilities, only one of which is experiencing the outbreak. All of the confirmed cases have been in the Wasatch Facility's A block. Again, if you have relatives who are incarcerated, that's the Wasatch Facility A block and B block, which in total house 327 prisoners. That means over 60% of the population of that facility has tested positive for COVID. It's been a long 6 or 7 months, said Department of Corrections Executive Director Mike Haddon, as part of a 16-minute-long video addressing the outbreak. Haddon expressed his appreciation for his staff and stated the difficulties of isolating people in a prison during a pandemic. What?
I don't know how you do it.
Can't you just throw them in the hole?
All of them?
No, the first time there's one case, throw them in the hole, and then nobody else gets it. But security to protect candidates up at the University of Utah is being greatly increased. Vice President Pence and Senator Kamala Harris are both here in Utah, of course. So much planning goes into a large-scale event like this to assure that it comes off successfully and peacefully. There's now a perimeter fence has been set up. Behind that, concrete barriers as well, and defined checkpoints are in place for officials and media members who have credentials to get into the area where the debate is taking place. Planning for the debate started more than a year ago. And the event, as the event got closer, federal and state officials have been making sure that everything is balanced. There's a place for protesters, I guess, and I think there will be plenty of those as well. Let's see. Oh, this is not good news. Petco is going to stop selling shock collars.
Why is that not
really?
good news?
How do I control my kids now?
Exactly.
Huh? How do I control the kids now? I'm going to have to go back to trying offering them treats, and it just doesn't work as well.
Positive reinforcement?
No, they're not treat motivated, these kids.
Yeah, no. Electricity may be critical to powering your microwave, but it has no role for the average pet parent training their dog, said Petco CEO Ron Coughlin. Shock collars have been shown to increase fear, anxiety, and stress in dogs, and we believe there's a better way. Positive reinforcement training, he said. And let's see, how much time do we have here?
Oh, you got about 2.5 minutes.
Hurricane Delta, growing to major Category 4 storm. It is intensifying along the Gulf Coast and Florida's western panhandle. Also, Cancun and Playa del Carmen being just lashed with hurricane force winds at this point. Here's some good news. Fruity Pebbles candy bar. A Fruity Pebbles candy bar.
Okay.
That sounds like it could be pretty good, doesn't it?
Is it just a coating?
No, it's a 2.75 ounce king size bar, and it's essentially a chocolate bar with Fruity Pebbles pieces in it. Then also Eggo is releasing gingerbread cookie pancakes for the holiday. And in a related story, Carlos Santana is launching a whole line of cannabis products.
Just in time for Christmas?
Just in time for Fruity Pebbles candy bars and Eggo gingerbread pancakes. Carlos. There's a picture of Carlos lovingly pointing to his cannabis products.
I just saw another ad for those cereals, those breakfast cereals that are going back to their original formulas, and I'm having trouble holding off.
Really?
I may just
it's
have
a treat,
to.
Carrie, just get them. It's special. They won't be around forever.
You really do love your breakfast cereal.
I do. I always have. All right. Sports weather traffic.
Patriots NFL Defensive Player of the Year, Stephen Gilmore, test positive for COVID.
Did I hear Cam Newton? Were you going to do that story?
Cam Newton tested positive on Saturday. He's asymptomatic. He's not showing any symptoms, but they haven't been allowing him at practice. And Tennessee will not return to the team's facility after 2 more Titans players tested positive amid the NFL's first COVID-19 outbreak. The Patriots canceled Wednesday's practice. Quarterback Cam Newton tested positive on Saturday. He's not sick, but he is positive. And in the NBA, they figured it out. Their bubble seems to have worked very well, and they're almost done because the Lakers are almost done with the Heat. They take a 3-1 lead after their 102-96 win, and Russell Westbrook did a nice thing.
Oh, yeah.
He left an $8,000 tip for the housekeeping staff at the NBA bubble. And I'm sure it was a mess. I mean, they were living in the same hotel room for weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks. And he said, I have mad respect for those doing that work, keeping us clean and safe. And they took great care of us. They took great time and energy doing their job at a high level. I just wanted to thank them for that. So there's good guy alert there for Russell Westbrook. Yes. Weather. Warm today. We could break a record for heat, actually. 85 expected today. We'll be in the 80s through Friday into Saturday. Saturday night is when things are supposed to change. Chance of showers and much cooler temperatures. We're only going to have a high of 53 on Sunday. So get your outdoor comic book sitting stuff, Carrie, over the next few days.
I'm ready.
Let's see. Traffic. We've got crash on I-15 southbound near the on-ramp from 33rd South and South Salt Lake. 2 left lanes are blocked and traffic is backed up to the Spaghetti Bowl. Thought a friend of the program said there was more debris. Yes, more debris. 54 South eastbound turning onto I-15 northbound. The turn lane is riddled with car parts. So maybe you need, a carburetor or something. You might find it there on the freeway. And if you do see something, please text it to us, 33986. And I will make sure friends of the program hear about it. Feldman's Deli, Utah's only authentic Jewish deli, now offering takeout and curbside service. For more information, go to feldmansdeli.com or call 801-906-0369.
Boner candidate number 3. Look, you let somebody put that on you, you get what you deserve. A significant security flaw with an internet-connected chastity device means that it can be hacked to lock users in permanently. Researchers have warned. Security firm Pentest Partners discovered that the Qi cellmate is vulnerable to remote attacks, potentially leaving thousands of users. I find it hard to believe that there are thousands of users, but locked in while simultaneously exposing their location and other personal data. Qi advises the cellmate advertises the cellmate as the world's first app-controlled chastity device, offering features that include worldwide control via our app. The $200
worldwide control.
The $200 sex toy is designed to lock around a user's genitals. Mm-hmm. I believe these are for men specifically, while a trusted partner controls the keyless locking mechanism over Bluetooth through a mobile app. Sounds
what if you have
wonderful.
Wi-Fi trouble?
That's the point.
Yes.
The app also displays the wearer's real-time location and status. Removing the device without the app requires a heavy-duty tool, such as an angle grinder. But now they're saying this app is easily hacked. There's no physical way to unlock it. It can also be controlled. If it's controlled by someone else, they can lock it down tighter and tighter and tighter. Listen, if you let somebody put this thing on you, you're going to get what you deserve. Boner candidate number 3.
All right, so let's review the first 2 and vote.
Boner candidate number 1. My dad saved Christianity, says Eric Trump of his father, Donald Trump. Boner candidate.
It was on the way. It was on the way out, and then
Christianity was hanging by a thread, and then Donald Trump came along. Boner candidate number 2. Who knew there could be 2 kids in the district named Danny? This is the story of Davis County. They quarantined the wrong class because there were 2 kids with the same name, and boner candidate number 3. You let somebody put that on you, you get what you deserve.
Oh, that wasn't the music I was looking for. Sorry, this is.
I like it.
Yes, it is time now to vote for round 2 of your boners. Here we go. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. And you decide which one of these 3 candidates should move forward from this, round 2, to boner fight to possibly become boner of the day. If it wins here, it goes up against the winner of round 1, so choose strategically. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. And put your number, that number, the one that you think should win. That single digit is all we need in the message of a text. And then text that to 33986. Or you can call the producer's booth in Salt Lake, 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting October 7, 2020, and vote there. If you don't see that box, refresh. It should appear. All right, you have until the end of these messages to do it. This is round 2.
The music.
Now, I have a little bit of advice for people for St. Patrick's Day.
Okay.
I saw this online today, and it says these are clever things that you can do.
I bet they're not clever.
For your St. Patrick's Day shenanigans. These are clever captions you could use on Instagram, for instance.
Okay.
And I'm saying if you do these things, you're a fool. You should not. Here, St. Patrick's Day captions for friends and loved ones on your Instagram posts. So as you post your stupid Instagram drunken pictures, you should caption them with things like this. I'm not Irish, but kiss me anyway.
No. Don't do that.
This is clever. These are clever things that people have thought up for you because you're not clever. How about this one? Irish, you were here.
No.
Never.
No?
No.
How about this one?
Don't use that.
About to get lucky, Insert shamrock and wink face emojis.
No.
Lucky me, I have you.
I
No?
mean, that's just nice. I
Irish
don't mind
whiskey
that one.
makes me frisky.
I do like Irish whiskey.
Oh, yeah.
How about funny St. Patrick's Day captions for eating, drinking, and being Irish? The leprechaun made me do it. Take a picture. It'll last longer. Picture like as in picture of beer.
No,
Okay.
boo.
That is bad.
The patty don't start till I walk in.
That was kind of funny.
It is.
It made me laugh.
The patty don't start till I walk in.
It's a Kesha reference. The party don't start.
Okay. Ready to get shamrocked?
No.
No. How about, okay, cute St. Patrick's Day captions for babies and kids.
Oh, okay.
Okay, here we go. I'm telling you, don't use any of these. Little Miss Lucky Charm. So if you put a picture of your kid
This
there.
is like Instagram stuff.
Wee bit of trouble.
Oh.
My little good luck charm. Okay, Irish blessings and proverbs to use for St. Patrick's Day.
Let's try these. Maybe these.
Wind at your back and road race.
May your pockets be heavy and your heart be light. May good luck pursue you each morning and night. Well, that's okay.
Okay. A little wordy, but
yeah. How about? Now these are all terrible.
Yeah. What do you do? What are you doing for St. Patrick's Day?
Nothing. I'll be in Las Vegas.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, that's right. Oh, crap.
Oh, my.
Oh, Bill, that's a horrible time to be in Vegas.
You just realized that?
I just realized that.
Oh, no.
Oh, this is
now,
bad.
wait a minute.
That's almost like being in Mexico on spring break.
Yeah, this is bad.
Wait a minute. What?
St.
it's
St.
Sunday.
Pat's is Sunday.
I'm gonna wait a minute. It's on Sunday, right?
Yeah.
So what exactly am I going to be doing on Sunday? Let me see.
Oh, this is bad.
Don't leave your hotel room.
Yeah, don't leave the pool.
Sunday. I'm going to be. I'm going to be at the Piff, the Magic Dragon show.
It's on Sunday?
Yeah.
Well, then you might be okay if you're at. I just wouldn't be out on the street.
Everybody in the audience is going to be drunk.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Really, really, really
Oh,
drunk.
yeah. Absolutely.
So you should be just
well,
so you fit in.
No,
I wouldn't. Yeah, don't go to Vegas on St. Patrick's Day,
New Year's Eve,
or New Year's. I know I did New Year's in Las Vegas, and oh man, what a mess! What an absolute mess.
I mean, I didn't even think about that. I just.
Oh wow.
So.
Well, maybe you should take one of those cute sayings with you and use
it.
Kiss me, I'm Irish.
Yeah.
No. So I will be sober so that I can fend them off.
You would take your cudgel.
I have one on my desk.
I know. Take it.
I will.
You can beat people away from you as you go through the crowd.
And I wouldn't be sober if I were you. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to take. You know, if you're sober, it's going to be worse.
Well, I'm just afraid I won't. I'm just afraid if I'm not sober, I will get in a fight. If I'm drunk, I'll get in a fight.
Stay in your pool.
Yeah, don't get in a fight.
Yeah,
don't do that.
Because of my defense, my I'll just be.
Your defenses are down.
My defenses are down, and I'll just be. I don't take that kind of crap from anybody. And then I'll get beaten up.
Yeah, you're in trouble.
I didn't hear that last little bit.
Caught that, huh?
My cousin Valerie, she only has one arm. She only had one arm. She still does.
She didn't grow another one?
No.
Things that must go right after we award round 2 of your boners.
And round 2 of the boner voting is brought to you in part by some delicious shortbread jam cookies.
And it's Oktoberfest all month long at Diversion Eatery. Go try the poutine fries and a sliced brat with sautéed onions for $7.99, located at 535 North 3rd West. See the menu at diversioneatery.com.
We had boner candidate number 1. My dad said Christianity. He did. Was hanging by a thread. Christianity was twisting slowly in the wind by a single thread. And Donald Trump, says his son Eric, saved it.
Yeah.
Eric is...
Eric.
He's a little short of...
I just want my dad to love me.
Yeah. Boner candidate number 2. Who knew there could be 2 kids in the district named Danny? It was a Davis County School District mix-up, which ended up quarantining for just one day, but still the wrong group of kids, because there were 2 kids that had the same name, and it was a mix-up. And then boner candidate number 3, you let somebody put that thing on you, you get what you deserve. A smart chastity device can be hacked, they say, to lock users into it permanently.
Forever.
Tyler won a Diversion Eatery gift card, and the winner, boner candidate number 1, my dad said Christianity.
All right, that's your winner of round 2, and it goes forward now to Boner Fight. Might be Boner of the Day. We'll see when it goes up against the winner of round 1 at 9:20. That's when you'll decide Boner of the Day. Things that must go now, brought to you by...
Grants for down payment assistance to buy a home are back. Get up to $15,312 or 3.5% of your purchase price to buy a home. Text the word MONEY to 62687.
Things that must go on the radio from Hell Show.
These are things that are bugging you. You can't take it anymore. Our dear friends of the program. Things that you just say, I can't... Please, I can't take it. Make them go away. They are things that must go. If you have things in your life that must go, send them to us. Radio from Hell at x96.com. Put must go in the subject line. Carrie, you want to begin today?
Okay. My first one is from me and a few from my wife. So Jerry Seinfeld has a new book out. Mm-hmm. And he's been on talk shows and a lot of different shows promoting it. And he's got his video set up like most of us do. Using his computer. Mm-hmm. Not just Jerry Seinfeld, but everybody. If you're doing frequent guest things on shows, get a USB microphone. Stop using the microphone in the computer. Your room is echoey, and you need to get a USB and get up on the microphone and speak, and we can hear you instead of the noise of your room. Sorry, yeah. It's a personal thing. Let's see. People who think just being outside when seeing friends and family is outside of their quarantine bubble is enough social distancing. I see pictures of, like, it's my birthday and my friends came over. Well, and your friends are sitting right next to you without masks. I don't care if you're outside. 6 feet apart. That's how it works.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Outside is good, but you still need the distance.
Yeah, outside is good, but the distance is what counts. Let's see. Girls that use the Snap/Insta filters on the pic of themselves for company-wide new position announcement emails.
Is it the Harry Potter glasses?
We know your skin isn't flawless, and you don't have magic twinkle sparkles as your aura. And Sue says, my oatmeal container that has the metal lip on the top, that McCann's oatmeal in the metal can. Mm-hmm. So when I'm trying to use up the very last bit and pour it into my bowl, I can't because
it's stuck in the
stuck, and there's always a bit of it in there. This one from Sarah says, what must go is the ass hat parade I passed on Redwood and Taylorsville today. About 12 trucks and cars with Trump flags. One vehicle had a megaphone, and he was using it to yell, "He's still your daddy, bitch."
Really?
I don't know about everyone else, but that sure made me rethink my vote.
You're right.
All right, thank you, Sarah. Let's see.
Daddy.
telling a joke in a Zoom office meeting and scanning the squares for a positive response.
Huh?
Because you see, everybody's muted. They're putting on a fresh pair of socks only to step into a puddle of leftover shower water.
Yeah.
This one from Travis. The way some cereals tear up the roof of your mouth. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Gas station pumps that ask 50 questions before you can pump gas. And this one from... dear Lords and Lady, thank you for letting me listen. I asked you to help stop Orange 45 from coming to Arizona, and it worked.
Oh, good.
Because of his COVID-19, he had to cancel coming to Tucson, so thank you very much.
Excellent.
Gina?
One from me. It's a minor thing, but it bugs me. You know when you get a shirt and the outside of it is softer than the inside of it that is touching your skin?
Mm-hmm.
Why make them that way?
Simple solution. Simple solution. You wear the shirt inside out.
Yeah.
With the tag and everything?
Sure.
I mean,
Sure. You're quarantined. Who's going to know?
Yeah.
Because I'll go to buy something and go, oh, that's soft. I'm like, but the inside isn't soft. I don't care if the outside is soft. Let's see. This is from, please don't use my name. These are all mask related. Sorry. We have a lot of mask must-goes. Number 1, I'm so glad I can ride the bus again because of the mask mandate, but what must go is the little old lady walking up to the driver to ask directions. Both of them pull down their masks so they can hear each other. Their faces are 6 inches above. That's the one time you should walk around with your mask down and then pull it up when you go to talk to someone. If you're going to do that, do it the other way. At a wedding I went to that was thankfully outdoors and very breezy, but my family were the only ones there wearing masks. By the way, it was in Utah County. Also, my 2 coworkers who do wear masks, but one always has her nose exposed, and the other one has way too much face for her mask, causing her to adjust it constantly. Also, they take them off and set them on the counter that all of us need to use when they can social distance. I guess they follow the letter of the law, but no common sense. Thanks to you all for reminding everyone that this is serious and we need to protect each other. Bill?
I have one of my own, my daughter making shortbread jam cookies. Must go.
Why?
Because, well, let me finish. My daughter making shortbread jam cookies right before the moment I'm going to bed. Must go. I'm on my way. I'm going to go upstairs to bed. Cookies!
Damn it.
So I have to go back and have some jam cookies. This one says, let's see, can Bill read this for me? He is my reason for living. Okay. Hi, fam. Thanks for offering up this wonderful opportunity to get rid of it's more mask stuff, the anti-maskers of America. I am a flight attendant, and therefore I'm part of the mask police. Mm-hmm. Upon asking a gentleman, that is, dumbass, to pull his mask up several times, informing him that if I had to ask him again, I would have to submit his name to be on the no-fly list. Yes, it's a thing. Then having said gentleman, dumbass, look at me in the eye upon deplaning, pull down his mask below his nose in defiance, and hand me this letter. And then she's put the letter here below, but I can't read it. It's too small. I agree, sometimes it's not comfortable to wear your mask at all times, but as an adult, I know how to follow the rules. Before purchasing a ticket, you have to agree to wear a mask. Before boarding, you are told several times you have to wear a mask over your nose and mouth. In my announcement, you are informed of the rules. And lastly, the pilot, the guy driving your aircraft on the streets in the sky, the guy that adheres to every FAA rule there is for your safety. Yeah, that guy tells you to wear your mask. So don't tell me you don't know. Don't tell me it slipped down. Just please make this go away. I'm happy to do a food cake run for any of you to a city that I fly to. If any one of you 3 deserves a delicious treat, I would do it. Love you all from the KJQ days. Stewardess Jay Dizzle, it says here.
Thank you, Jay Dizzle.
And then I can't read the letter that Jay Dizzle, that he has attached here. It's too small. But I think it's one of those... I don't have to wear a mask because.
Yeah, the Constitution says I don't have to listen to you.
All
right, that's it.
Things that must go on the radio from Hell Show.
Okay, 8:57 right now. Traffic, Gina.
Yeah, just one accident to tell you about. Crash southbound I-15 mile post 296. That's 90th South in Sandy, and it's off to the right shoulder. Scott Hale is offering a furnace tune-up with a free airflow test for only $39. Call Scott Hale, 801-264-HALE.
All right, we will take a break. We will be back, and we got Bonafide on the way, and a reasonable amount of news, and more, all coming up. Stand by for that. Brooklinen.com. The website is BROOKLINEN.com, and the promo code to use is my last name, Jackson. JACKSON. Not only will you get 10% off your first order if you use that code, it also shows support for the show. Isn't that nice? Brooklinen.com, of course, great, the internet's favorite sheets. We love them here at our house. I just got a picture of one of my pups all snuggled up in them upstairs. But the towels is what they really want to talk to you about right now, since we're all spending more time at home. And yes, you're in the bed more, but you're also, you want to keep your routine going. I get up and shower every morning. I don't need to because you don't smell on the radio. But I do just to keep a routine. It keeps my mind kind of straight, and it gives me, kind of a nice feeling to wrap myself up in a nice soft Brooklinen towel every morning. The perfect place to find all your comforts for home, including ultra soft towels. They are so confident in their product that everything comes with a lifetime warranty, so be sure to use the promo code Jackson for 10% off your first order at brooklinen.com, BROOKLINEN.com, with the promo code Jackson. Everything you need to live your most comfortable life.
We're having second thoughts because people will assume that's why we named him Donovan, and that's not the case.
And they picked it long before.
Yeah. Just parenthetically, there's a news story today that says 109 parents have apparently in 2018 named their baby Tesla. But I got an email from our former organized intern, Sarah Spain, about baby names.
Okay.
Said, I enjoyed listening to that letter from the woman who would like to name her child Donovan. I had a similar situation about 10 years ago. Despite the fact that my husband has repeatedly begged me to stop comparing our dog to other people's children, he's not here right now, so I'm going to do it. So they don't have kids, but we adopted a 2-year-old JRT.
Jack Russell Terrier.
Ah, yeah, very good. Thanks, Carrie.
Carrie speaks dog.
From the Humane Society in 2010, and her name was listed as Belle. Now, I feel strongly that dogs should have 2-syllable names.
You should feel strongly about
nicknames and full titles notwithstanding, and so I changed it to Bella, trying to keep it as close to her original name as possible. A friend told me several years later that dogs are named like hurricanes as they come to the shelter. They just give them a name.
Yeah.
You can change it to whatever you want. They just give them a name because they want to call them something, but it's not that they respond to it necessarily or anything. So if you recall, in 2010, Twilight, the sparkly teenage vampires, was very popular, and every person asked me if I'd named my precious fur baby after that awful character from those books. I would posit that it's an actual insult that someone would think I would stain a creature with a name from the book series than someone thinking that you would name a child after, as Gina pointed out, a wonderful, generous human being and basketball player.
Yes.
However, years have passed and not one person asked me if I named her after Twilight anymore. The question I get asked more often now is whether she is male or female, and my favorite response to kids especially is that her reproductive organs were removed, and I've never been able to ask her how she identifies, so I'll just call her Bella and don't worry so much about the label. Like that. As Bill mentioned, in the time young Donovan is in school, not Donovan Mitchell, but the kid, Spida Mitchell will probably have retired. Regardless, Donovan is a lovely name.
Mm-hmm.
It isn't like Avery, Office Products, or Stockton. Malone has a middle name, sure, but as a first name. Some people shouldn't be, Malone as a middle name, sure, but as a first name. Some people shouldn't be allowed to procreate. Or Zebulon or Elzard, hand to Thor. I absolutely attended school with both of those.
Really?
Wow.
Yeah, Elzar and Zebulon. Or many of the other asinine names that people come up with to make their kids different. All it does is make each school year difficult as the teacher and new friends try to figure out how to say and or spell the name. So you shouldn't care what other people think. If 5 people think you named them after a great person and a basketball player, so what? At least it isn't someone who is a real turd. My name is Sarah every day. And every day I want to smack Sarah Huckabee Sanders for smearing our good name.
That's right.
You'd be hard-pressed to find a name for a child that doesn't carry with it someone who had it before. Good luck. Hope you get lots of sleep before August. I don't know why before August. What?
Don't know.
I don't know.
Is something happening in August?
Do we not know?
I don't know.
Does she know something we don't?
Maybe.
Oh, no. She's talking about the people whose baby's going to be born in August.
She's not talking to us.
No.
She's talking to them.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Confusing.
She says, adopt, don't shop. Love the show. Gina, you don't ruin anything. Love your former intern, Sarah.
You know, I was at that graduation this weekend, so you spend 3 hours listening to names being read.
Mm-hmm.
There were 2 princesses.
The name.
The name Princess. And one of them, middle name...
What?
Leia.
Really?
Princess Leia.
I thought they didn't
Anderson.
say they didn't say the middle name.
No, I said some of them do.
They
but
know
some
that
of
she's a general. General Leia.
Well, it's
Sanderson.
Not a princess anymore.
But there was an actual Princess Leia.
Wow.
And a lot of Emilys.
Emilys.
A lot of Emilys.
You've gotten a lot of crap over the years for naming your kid Festus.
I have.
Yeah.
He was the only one in his class.
Festus, it's a biblical name.
And people spell it wrong all the time. They spell it with an IS. No. On his birth certificate, it's US.
Festus. It's a biblical king. Look it up. King Festus. It's true.
But yeah, if you want to run your baby names by us, email them to us, radiofromhell@x96.com.
Yeah, if you have any doubts about baby names or you're having a hard time coming up with one, my go-to name is Shlomo. But
there's a chat room. I know a guy named Zoltan Kolazar.
Oh, poor guy.
Well, he's Hungarian. I don't know.
I think that's Zoltan is a name that they give kids in Hungary.
A friend named Rachel was an elementary school teacher. One year, her bad student was also named Rachel. She spent every day yelling at herself.
Rachel!
Yeah, don't ever talk to teachers about what your baby name is, because inevitably they've had someone in their class that was the terrible kid has the. So don't run it by teachers. You'll never be able to pick a name because they all have. Oh no, that's.
I had a bad Thane once.
A bad Thane?
Thane.
Thane.
Thane. He was a bad kid.
Thane.
I pulled Thane out because someone in the chat room says, I love my son's name, Thane.
Thane.
Oh, is Thane a Utah thing?
No.
Are there Thanes everywhere?
Are there Thanes?
Yeah, I think so. It's not common, but it is.
I feel like it's a Utah name.
No, it isn't.
And I don't know why, and don't take this personally if your name is. I've never cared for the name Nathan.
How do you feel about Nate?
Nate's all right. For
I
some reason, Nathan. I've just never cared for that name.
I saw our friend Nathan from the mattress firm. He now works at R.C. Willey. See, Nathan, he's a nice guy.
He's a good dude. Yeah, I've never cared for the name. Like I said, don't take it personally. It's something wrong in my brain. All right?
I'm looking up Thane, Gina, just to see. But
how popular
I'm just.
is
Well,
the
I don't know
name
how popular
Thane?
it
Well,
is.
if it's very popular, then it must be everywhere.
Well, no, I don't know that.
I know a dude named Christian Shank. The hell? The last name Shank. There's just no right name, I think. Because on this day.
In 1995, Alanis Morissette, she went #1 on the charts with her Jagged Little Pill album, which has You Ought to Know and
many
Ironic
other hits.
And that's...
And I think we were the first station in town to play.
Oh, yeah.
You Ought to Know. I'm pretty sure we were.
Probably.
Yeah.
And I still remember being handed the piece of paper that said, "You're going to play this song by the artist, and her name is pronounced Alanis, like Atlantis without the T," because, we'd never heard of her before, and you might look at that and go, call her Alanis or something. And I remember on the paper it said, "It's Alanis, like Atlantis without the T." Thank you. Now I won't get it wrong and look stupid. But we all take for granted that we know that's how you say it now.
There are other ways to look stupid.
Well, sure.
Yeah. I have email of interest, by the way.
Oh, I wasn't ready.
We were going to do it earlier, and then we got sidetracked with James Corden and other stuff, and Johnny Nash and the like. But
yes,
I do have email of interest.
All right, here we go. Email of interest.
This is actually a DM of interest. Direct message to me last night.
DMs of interest.
And then I do have an email, too. But
okay.
First of all, a DM of interest. I look at this right before I go to bed. Bill, I'm only saying this because I love you. I love you all and your work. My friend... I won't mention a name. My friend Blank, who puts on benefits for a certain charity each and every year, was just diagnosed with COVID.
Oh.
Now, I'm only telling you this because her daughter works at a haunted house, and that's where they believe they got it into their family. Her daughter said that people would get hot and remove their masks.
Mm-hmm.
Bill, you are a great American, and we need you.
Yeah, I mean, I worry about you. You live with a haunter.
Yep.
A haunter.
I am concerned about this.
I read that right before I went to bed, and I sent a text message from my bed to my wife saying, this is really going to help me sleep. And she said, A, first of all, don't look at your phone right before you go to bed.
Oh, okay.
And B, your boy works outdoors. He is out he's outside. He's not inside the haunt. His whole deal is he's always outside, in the open air, scaring people and doing whatever he does. So
that's better.
So that's much better. She said, you don't have to worry. And he claims, and I believe him, he said, I'm really careful. I'm very careful.
But it's like Dr. Cobble said when we talked to him earlier. He said, I told my wife, we're not going to get it from a stranger. If we get COVID, it will be from friends or family. Because that's what you're right on.
And I thought about it, but I know plenty of people who have kids who work, and they have to work outside the home, and then they come home. So we have to just be careful how we deal with all of that.
Let's go to your email of interest then. Quickly.
This one says, I was writing in my journal tonight, and I thought of the often mispronounced. Well, I'm not going to mention the word here because it's a Utah word of the day, and I want to save it for a surprise.
Okay.
But I thought of this word as I was writing in my journal. I hear a lot of people in Utah pronounce it a certain way, and so I thought you might want to use this as a Utah word. As much as you complain about the Utah word of the day, it brightens up my week.
Oh, a week, not just a day, a week.
Thank you for being awesome, it says, Emily. So apparently there's a person out there who loves the Utah word of the day. It brightens Emily's week. I'm going to continue to do it every week. I don't know if I still have it in me because of Emily. So there you go, an email of interest.
All right, email of interest.
We'll start calling it Emily's Utah word of the day. And then you can blame her if you don't like it.
There you go. All right, we will take a break. We will be back with boner fights and a reasonable amount of news. Stand by for that. Zero res. Keep it clean, Gina.
Yeah, we're all in our houses more now. That means we're harder on our houses, and they get dirtier faster. Zero res can help keep it clean.
Now, I hear that they may be going to discontinue the $33 per room. If you do 3 rooms, you get the 4th room free at Zero Res. I don't have official confirmation of that yet, but they can't do it forever. This is a great deal. $33 per room cleaned of carpet, and you schedule 3, you get the 4th room free at Zero Res. They get rid of the dust, the dirt, the allergens that are deep down in your carpet, all over your furniture. And, of course, they also do a tile and upholstery. So Zero Res, a proven system to remove all of that stuff in a very environmentally friendly way. Get Zero Res to come to your house now. Their phone number is 801-2880. That's 288-9376. Or look for ZeroResSaltLake.com or ZeroResDavisWeber.com.
Guten Tag.
So I saw this story, too, this morning, and it's... Did somebody break wind on the news?
It's what is that sound? Is what we're playing.
That's
a game.
So see if it sounds like that to you. This is during an interview with Democratic Representative. How do you say his name?
Swalwell.
Swalwell. He's on being interviewed by Chris Matthews on MSNBC, and you've got the audio.
I've got the audio. So we'll start off with Chris, and then he'll talk, and then you'll hear the fart during Eric Swalwell's response.
Who were on the phone listening to the president talk about this swap of dirt for U.S. military aid.
Chris, so far, the evidence is uncontradicted that the president used taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And the complaint that I've heard...
Okay, one more time.
There we go.
Evidence is uncontradicted that the president used taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And the complaint that I've heard...
Who were on the...
Now, so the internet, the Twitter, and all of that went crazy. With,
yeah.
So who farted on the... Now, they say...
Chris Matthews tweeted out saying that it was a coffee mug scooting across a table.
Which it probably is.
It could be, but it also sounds to me like a wooden stool leg.
Yeah.
Scraping across the floor.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's more likely one of those things than a fart.
I thought it was somebody just farting around. Somebody just put that in there. That's what it seemed like to me.
Added it to it?
Yeah.
No.
Well, no, they said that it happened during the broadcast because if you look at Swalwell's face, he kind of grimaces a little.
Oh, I didn't notice that.
What was that?
Well, then it was him. It was Swalwell.
And
that was a Democratic fart.
He said, no, it wasn't me. I don't know where it came from, but it was funny at the time, and that's why I smiled.
Well, let's see. They say the smeller's the feller.
Well, what does it mean to the listener? The listener's the what?
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to...
The hearer's
is the bearer?
I don't know.
I thought he who smelt it dealt it.
Well, it doesn't indicate that he smelt it. It indicates that he heard it.
Yeah, so we don't know if he dealt it. Fox smells his own hole first. That's what they say.
Taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And
now he pauses a little bit there.
Yeah, just kind of because he's sneaking it. He thought he could sneak it out.
He kind of goes, "What was that?" Huh?
Although wouldn't he'd sort of have to have a microphone near his.
We don't know if whether it's his or Chris's because they leave Chris's mic on as well.
Oh.
So what Chris is claiming is that it was his coffee mug going across the top of the table.
Okay, then it's Matthews, and you can look at him. He's a farter.
He's a farter.
Yeah, he gets too excited about stuff, and
the president used taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And
yeah, that pause. That pause is
that tells me he knows it's coming.
The pause is unfortunate.
That tells me he knows something's happening.
What, you mean like he leaned up?
So
like he he tried to one-cheek sneak?
A one-cheek sneak while he's standing up?
Because, you can't fart in those hearing rooms. They're so condensed. And
all
those people.
People would go, God, who did that?
Well, actually, that's a better place to go because there's so many possible...
Wasn't me.
Wasn't
me. Where was I yesterday? I was in a car with some people, and I won't say who, but I kept thinking, somebody is stinking this car up. And you don't want to say anything because
you'll embarrass somebody.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
To help them cheat.
Yeah, that was Chris Matthews.
Think it was Matthews?
Yeah.
Ask the Ukrainians to help them cheat an election.
Yeah, that's an old man fart. That's an old man fart. It's kind of
How
raggedy.
Can you tell?
It's kind of raggedy.
It's not.
Yeah, it's not
strong,
full-throated. It's kind of raggedy and almost wet sounding.
Oh,
and here are the rhymes that we were looking for. He who denied it supplied it.
Oh.
Yeah.
The blamer is the claimer.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you, people who
All right.
listen to the show. You're smarter than we are.
Thank you very much.
Very good.
It is 9:21. We do have Boner Fight coming up here in about 6 or 7 minutes. So before that, a reasonable amount of news brought to you by...
Protect your home and family with a security system from Mountain Alarm. Utah's security experts. Visit mountainalarm.com. Call 801-395-8700.
Well, you would have thought that it had come before now. The first ever White Stripes Greatest Hits collection is due out in December. The
Just
collection,
in time for Christmas gift giving.
simply titled The White Stripes Greatest Hits, includes 26 tracks from throughout the career of the duo. A deluxe version of the compilation will be released exclusively via Third Man Records Vault subscription service. The exact track listing for both standard and deluxe editions will be revealed at a later date. While you wait for the Greatest Hits album to arrive, you can tune into the White Stripes YouTube channel for upcoming series of newly upgraded in HD music videos that you've never seen before. Also, a 2003 performance of Ball and Biscuit in Tokyo, which is streaming now. And I believe these are pay services. Whatever happened to Meg, the White Stripes? What's become of her?
Disappeared.
Let's see. Kamala Harris is taking the stage for the vice presidential debate tonight. This will be her biggest challenge yet as Joe Biden's running mate, according to this article in The Hill. Harris will be making the case against Vice President Pence and President Trump while showcasing Joe Biden and giving viewers a better glimpse of the woman who, if Biden wins, will be just a heartbeat away from the presidency. Kamala Harris, California senator, has been on the national stage before. This will be her biggest moment, but she's used to talking on a national basis.
Oh, she'll be good.
Yeah, she's a prosecutor as well. She's good in front of people. It will precede the starring role she's likely to take when the Senate begins confirmation hearings next week on Amy Coney Barrett, because she will be on that committee. That's, of course, Trump's pick to replace Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg on the Supreme Court. The cost of hosting the vice presidential debate at the University of Utah during a global pandemic is significant.
Yeah.
It's a little bittersweet, but still, I'm really excited. A lot of work has gone into this, said Chris Nelson, spokesperson for the University of Utah. What it means to the University of Utah is a point of pride with anyone associated with the university and hopefully the entire state. The event, which Nelson says will cost the university and the Utah Debate Commission between $5 and $6 million, has been downsized because of COVID-19. We were planning a really big event, 2,000 media, a big viewing party at Rice-Eccles Stadium. Instead, just about 200 members of the media from out of town have traveled to Utah for the event, and a virtual watch party is planned. University says the event, though, is still worth the cost and the effort.
For sure. It's highlighted, and there's about 60 students that through a lottery got tickets to.
Oh, really?
To be there. And
Mike Pence says he's extremely grateful that the organizers of the debate will be providing a plexiglass shield aimed to protect him from a woman. Speaking to reporters, Pence said that the Commission on Presidential Debates had taken appropriate measures to shield him from exposure to a female during the Salt Lake City face-off. I've read all the relevant literature. From what I've learned, a plexiglass shield provides adequate protection from a woman, he said. Knowing that this barrier exists between me and a member of the opposite sex, I feel comfortable about moving forward with the debate. The vice president added that if he makes it through Wednesday's debate without being exposed to a woman, he might start bringing a portable plexiglass shield with him on the campaign trail. Despite all of my precautions in my travels across this great land of ours, I have unfortunately encountered women. Plexiglass might be the answer, he said.
Bill,
Mike Pence has zero sense of humor.
Yeah.
That was from the New Yorker. It's the Borowitz report by Andy Borowitz. It's a humor piece.
And the reason he doesn't want the plexiglass shield there is because it will be a constant reminder, no matter what the topic is at the vice presidential debate, that it's like having a big coronavirus sign hanging over their head the whole time.
He's the head of the task force.
Yeah. He should be insisting on that. He's the one that should have asked for it.
Well, it will be there. Joe Biden's favorability ratings have improved, with 52% of Americans now saying that they have a positive impression of the former vice president, compared with 39% who have a positive view of Trump. Likely voters are more apt to consider Biden the candidate who would unite the country. Likely voters, 61% to 33% for Trump. Most likely voters say he is honest and trustworthy. 58% for Biden, 33% for Trump. He cares about people like you, 58% for Biden, 38% for Trump. Who he has a clear picture to solve the nation's problems, 55% Biden, 39% Trump. And who would keep America safe from harm, 55% Biden, 43% Trump. This is the first national CNN survey to report results among likely voters, a comparison of results among registered voters now to those from a survey about a month ago, which showed it closer. But
you
it
have
appears
to
that
show up and vote.
But it appears that Biden is pulling away from Trump in every aspect. The thing that will make this election the most decisive, though, is if it is an overwhelming vote for Biden.
It needs to be that. So don't be complacent with these polls.
Hillary had great poll numbers too.
And finally, this story. Apparently, men with deep voices are more likely to cheat on their partners. It says that.
Bill, are you okay? You don't sound like yourself.
What do you mean?
You usually sound like you have a very deep voice.
Females largely find lower voices more arousing. Masculine-sounding men are also more likely to engage in infidelity, apparently, than feminine men, researchers say. The scientists reached this conclusion by surveying an anonymous group of heterosexual speaking people. So deep voice men are more likely to cheat on their partners.
Now we've known this for years, though, because Mickey has never cheated on Minnie. Now
never once.
Minnie,
that's true.
On the other hand,
yeah, that's true.
goofy.
Hello.
It's
Hello,
Boner
Mr.
Fight.
Disney. Hi.
With Radio from Hell on X96.
All right, we've got the... All right, it's time for the... Oh, baby, it's time. It's time for the winner of round 1 to go up against the winner from round 2. So back in the 9 o'clock hour, we had... 9 o'clock hour, what am I saying?
Huh?
The 7 o'clock hour. Back in the 7 o'clock hour, we had... I take pictures of you and tase you because I can. This is some crazy lady with a missing front tooth out in Riverton who apparently attacked a 9-year-old kid with a stun gun. Unprovoked. Nobody's sure why this happened. She was taking pictures of the kid and a friend of his in a parking lot. I mean, she just pulled up in the parking lot, started taking pictures, and then tased this one kid, and she said she did it because she could. Boner candidate number 2 from the 8 o'clock hour. My dad saved Christianity. That's Eric Trump said my dad saved it. He's talking about his father, Donald Trump. What nonsense. That's Boner candidate number 2.
Indeed, nonsense. All right, there you go. You've got to decide of these 2 candidates, and they are both worthy. But which one should be Boner of the Day? You decide right now, 1 or 2. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text, okay? Then you text that to 33986. Pretty easy to do. Most people vote that way. Others call the producer's booth, 877-602-9696, and use their voice to vote. Well, the rest seem to go online at x96.com. And once the page loads, refresh your browser so that the box that says Boner Fight October 7, 2020 appears and you can vote online. We ask you to refresh your browser because we just put it up there, so it helps if you do that. All right, we will take a break and have your winner after these. Boner of the Day, X96. All right, it's time to award Boner of the Day.
And it's brought to you in part by a Cobb salad and some delicious shortbread jam cookies.
And fur babies are family too. Shower them with love and holistically focused food and treats from Ma and Pa's Bakery, Mill Creek American Fork, and maandpasbakeryinc.com.
Boner candidate number 1. A strange case out in Riverton. I take pictures of you and tase you because I can. A woman with a missing front tooth attacking a young boy and a 9-year-old boy in a church parking lot out there. First, she was taking pictures of him and his friends. He said, "Why are you doing that?" She said, "Because I can." And then she got out of the car and grabbed him and tased him. Weird. She's still at large. Boner candidate number 2. My dad said Christianity. Eric Trump saying that Donald Trump, the President of the United States, saved Christianity. It was about to go up in flames. It was about to... Churches were about to say, "That's it, we give up." But they didn't. They haven't yet, because Donald Trump was president and saved them. All right. The winner was Boner candidate number 1.
Really?
I take pictures of you and tase you because I can.
Okay. All right. Hey, we don't pick 'em, you do. That's Boner of the Day for today, October 7th. Could be Boner of the Week. All right, let's talk about the Utah Pride Road Rally. Rob is on the phone.
Hey, Rob, how are you?
I'm so good. How are you?
Well, not bad. First of all, I didn't know that October 11th was National Coming Out Day. Is that by law or just by custom?
I think it should be by law, but it's actually just by custom. It's been around for a number of years. And it's a day that is important for the LGBT community, and recognizing the importance of coming out and the importance of being out in communities, and how that breaks down stigma and incorporates a more inclusive community.
Yeah, feeling safe enough, feeling safe enough to do it, and proud enough to do it, I guess.
Yeah,
absolutely. That is correct. Yep.
Now, so I assume we're not. We had no gay pride parade this year, which we all missed.
No, we didn't.
Yep. Is it up in the air for next year, or at this point?
Well, it is a little bit up in the air for next year, particularly considering the rates of COVID at the moment. We're optimistic that we're going to have something and a wonderful event that we can plan for next year. It might look a little different from, the 80,000 plus people that gather usually in Salt Lake City. But, that's part of what we've been working on this year, is trying to create an event that can bring community together, that doesn't necessarily replace the festival, but that also contributes to the work here at the Pride Center. So we've created an event coming up on October 11th, which is the road rally, the Pride 2.0 road rally, where people can gather and see each other and celebrate each other safely in their cars while they drag Main Street.
Give us an overview of the event and how people can get involved, either participate in it or just simply watch it.
So the event is going to be, we believe, a lot of fun. And one of the focuses is, of course, to help with the fundraising for the Pride Center. With the festival having disappeared, we lost a significant amount of our funding. Yeah. But we kept our resources and our services open. So, that's an important part of it. The second part is that it is fun for the community. I think that people are so sick of Zoom and Teams meetings and two dimensions that we wanted something where people could get in their cars, gather together safely, and drive up and down, waving, playing music, being joyous. So that's the basic idea, is that there are 14 different rallying points where you meet. We're going to convoy up to the corner of 700 and Main Street, and we're going to drive down Main Street and sort of loop around and drag Main together as a community. And the event is on October 11th. There is a lot more information on our webpage, which is utahpridecenter.org. And we really do hope that it is something that, we might think about again next year, because there's a significance in coming out on National Coming Out Day to come out and support the center and the LGBT community.
I think this would be a great compliment to the Pride Festival in June, and do this every October as well as just a regular thing. I think that's a great idea.
I hope so. Yeah.
So I assume there's an entry fee, which is part of the fundraising effort. And do you give people some guidelines on what you want them to decorate their vehicles up and that kind of thing?
Well, we do. You know, I do have visions of people flying down the I-80 with feather boas and a lot of glitter being left behind.
Yeah.
But you know, the entry fee is $25 per car. For your listeners, if they want to use the coupon code "Thank You," that should get them a free entry into the event. So that's just "Thank You" in capital letters as they go onto the site to log on and to register. You register as a team, as you would for, say, the Cancer Walk or the Walk for Life or AIDS Walk, etc. You bring together your community and with your friends and your networks. And as I said, the entry fee is online. It's $25. There's options for bicycles. There's options for motorbikes. We're obviously really focused on also trying to provide a lower rate for hybrid vehicles or electric vehicles. And it should be something that, you know, the guidelines are pretty clear on the page. There's a easy registration guide, and we hope that everybody comes out and participates.
Well, I hope so too, and it sounds like it's fun. What now? I don't have a calendar right in front of me. Is that a Sunday? What day of the week?
It's this Sunday.
Oh, it's this Sunday.
It is actually this coming Sunday, which is National Coming Out Day.
Yes.
So, you know, there's a lot of double entendres happening at the same time. We're coming out on National Coming Out Day. We're dragging Maine, and they're going to be fabulous drag queens and performers up and down Main Street. So that's not something you see every day. And one of the things that is important, obviously we're very conscious about the safety element, and we're hoping that people participate rather than come and just stand on the side of the street. It's not your average, it's not your everyday parade. We want people in the parade. It's your chance to be in the parade. And if you're not feeling safe in coming out or in actually coming out to the event, you can watch it virtually on our webpage. There's a link to watch the virtual event, and we'll be streaming it through the course of the day. We're going to have a little studio here and people talking about the wonderful entries.
Oh, fun.
This is the first time I've ever known a gay person to use a double entendre of any kind.
I am sure that you are shocked and amazed.
I am, Rob Martin.
Well, you know, take it from us, because we look forward to the Pride Parade every year. We enjoy being in it, and this is your chance to kind of be in it. So there's a link on our website. There's a link on our website, x96.com. We just got our Pride flag stake in our yard. I know that I think it's the Pride Center that's doing that this year, and so it's going to be out there for a week
October
or so.
11th.
Yeah. But this is going to be a lot of fun.
I just have my tiny one. I need a bigger one.
I'm sure
that is an amazing organization called Project Rainbow, which does that. It's led by Lucas Horns and a team of people. And I think that is one of the most important not-for-profits in Utah as far as bringing visibility to the LGBT community here. And we just love Project Rainbow.
Yeah. Yes. So go to x96.com. There's a link, or utahpridecenter.org. Participate. I promise you, Rob, next year, I think I feel a little flat-footed about this, but next year, Radio from Hell will have a vehicle in the rally.
Sure.
Yes.
All right.
Everybody is welcome. Come and join us, and I hope to see you next year, because I think we are going to have this again, because we're seeing a lot of excitement building, and I hope that it is something that sticks around for a while.
I hope so too. Sounds good.
Thank
you.
Thanks, Rob.
All right.
Thank
you very much. Talk to you next time. We'll take a break, and we'll be right back. X96.
Rael Salt Lake is back, and X96 wants.
Now, I saw this story today, and
is that the one I was going to mention earlier?
The headline is, "Creator of the Labradoodle calls it Frankenstein's monster."
Excuse me, I'm sorry. This was my dog. His name was Tippy.
Now, I know a Labradoodle.
I know several.
That is a lovely dog.
I know several Labradoodles.
Okay.
Or golden doodles. That's another kind of doodle, but
maybe this is a golden doodle. I know.
This is the Labradoodle specifically. I'll read you this. An Australian man who created the world's first Labradoodle says he regrets creating the popular hybrid breed, claiming in a recent interview that the majority of the dogs are, quote, either crazy or have hereditary problems. Wally Conran bred the first Labradoodle, a cross between a poodle and a Labrador retriever, in 1989 for a blind woman who couldn't have a guide dog because her husband was allergic to the dog hair.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Fast forward 3 decades, which I didn't realize they'd been around that long, but the Labradoodles become one of the most popular mixed breed dogs in the world, a fact that doesn't sit so well with the man who made them. I opened Pandora's box and released the Frankenstein's monster, said Conran. He fears people are overbreeding the dog, creating versions of their own, including Groodles.
What's that?
Well, this says golden retrievers and poodles. I always thought that was a
I thought that's
golden doodle.
Golden doodle.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe it's Groodle. Golden doodle sounds better, but
Spoodles.
Spaniel poodle.
Spaniel poodle.
Spoodles.
I find the biggest majority are crazy or have hereditary problems. I have met some damn nice Labradoodles, but they're few and far between. He spent 3 years trialing more than 30 poodles as guide dogs because their hair was hypoallergenic, but they didn't have the right temperament. They're damn cute dogs.
They are. So I wish they would do one that tastes like cotton candy.
But they're everywhere. They are.
Well, and apparently we haven't known that they're crazy.
Yeah.
Well, the one I know, I don't know him well, but it belongs to Luba, and Dome. His name is Leo, because he looks like a lion.
Is he? So I think he's a golden doodle.
Maybe so. He's got floppy ears. I'm looking at pictures here. I don't know. They look sort of the same to me. But he's got that curly hair though.
Well, that's the poodle. That's the oodle part of it.
The oodle.
That's why they do it. Is they don't shed, and usually poodles are good for people.
I don't remember which one he is, but he's a very nice dog.
But I want to say on the record that I don't go for the doodle.
No doodle?
No,
You don't like the doodles?
I have a golden retriever. I have the old school dog. I don't cotton to the mixing of oodles and doodles.
Are you a racist?
No,
You're a
I'm
racist. This is misogynist. You're a misogynist. That's what you are. You don't believe in mixing of the races.
I'm a goldist.
Hannah says, Labradoodles are so hyper, they chew on everything. My friend's Labradoodle chewed up a medical pill bottle, and their cat ate the pills and died.
Now,
See, they are crazy.
Now, this Labradoodle, I guess he is, Leo, he does like to chew stuff, but they have plenty of chew toys there for him. And he's very well behaved.
Ooh, I had a golden doodle, and it had a lot of health issues. I had to put it down in the end. So sad.
And I think part of the problem is they're overbreeding them now because they're super and you can get the minis.
Oh, see, now that's more my
the mini.
Yeah,
Lab.
I like little dogs.
Yeah,
playing God though.
Yep.
Man, there are some people who get $20 for drinking the toilet water. God, man, I've been undercharging for that.
When they dared you to eat things, was it less?
Oh yeah, much less. Here, eat that. $5. I'll do it for $5.
Give you $5 for that.
Yeah, yeah. No, I've undervalued myself. And what do you? And this wasn't back in the old days either. This was just
This last Tuesday.
Well, it's my family. They
dare you to eat
Yeah.
things.
Mhm. Yeah.
That's the entertainment around your house.
Yeah, and it's how it's see they don't like to pay for liquor, so that's how it's my liquor fund. That's how I get money for my liquor fund. They dare me to eat stuff, or I'll charge them $10 if they watch when I say, "Hey, you guys, watch this." If they'll watch when I
$10.
say, "Hey,
Yeah.
watch this."
Come here, Dad. $10.
I get $10. So.
All right. I got a DM that says, "How come you didn't play Van Halen for the potty break song?"
Played it for.
We did for opening number, but if you go online right now, you can see Wolfgang Van Halen playing Eruption on his dad's guitar.
Oh, nice.
Isn't that nice?
Is that just on his Twitter? Or?
Not quite as
Yeah,
good.
his Twitter is Instagram.
I can't do it, but that's not quite as good.
He's playing his dad's guitar.
You know what I would? I mean, if it were I, and
Were it
somebody were it I would say I'm not going to do it because I can't possibly do it as well.
I wouldn't,
Yeah.
even if I was an excellent guitar player, I wouldn't even try.
You know, it's like Frank Zappa's son, Dweezil.
Mhm.
He's a really great guitar player.
Mm-hmm.
Great guitar player. And he plays his dad's stuff all the time.
He tours playing.
Yeah,
his
doing
dad's
Zappa
stuff.
on
There's a
Zappa.
whole- yeah.
And it's and I saw that show and I enjoyed it, but it's not quite the same.
But you know how hard it is to be the child of someone like
Oh, yeah.
I follow Wolfgang. I have before just now, and he's recorded a whole album of his own stuff and done kind of like his dad did, playing different instruments and things.
Mhm.
He could be the greatest ever, by
Mhm.
comparison,
Sure.
and people would still give him a hard time.
Try being Tom Barberi's daughter. Try that.
It's so hard.
See how hard it is. See how hard it is to be the child of someone famous.
Hey, Gina, Utah by 5.
You know,
Trust me.
I'm telling you. I talked to Scott Howell this week. Scott Howell to see if we could perhaps. Scott Howell's a prominent Democrat here in the state, and I talked to him to see if we could maybe get Kamala Harris on the show. And one of the things he said to me, he said, "Oh, Bill, I love your show. You got Gina Barberi on that show. You know, Tom Barberi was an inspiration to me as I was growing up. He's great."
Oh, that's nice.
I said, I wanted to say, well, yeah, Scott, that's nice, but our show is great.
It's no
We
Tom
do a-
Barberi.
It's true. I understand it. Growing up in Salem, Utah, I'd always get, "Ain't you Jack's boy?" all the
Jack's
time.
boy.
Yep.
You know,
never learned my name. They, just,
I never had that problem. Never had that problem. People didn't say, oh, occasionally they'd say, "Oh, you're Duke's son?"
Panama? What do you got going there, Kerry?
What's that?
I heard Panama. I heard Ain't Talking About Love.
I'm just playing a bunch of Van Halen. I'm gonna go listen to some.
I'm going to
here in a
go
bit.
listen to Mean Streets. I know we don't have Mean Streets, but...
Well, I got Mean Streets here.
You got Mean Streets?
Speaking of, having to be the child of someone famous, conversely, there are many more children who have outstripped and surpassed what their parents have done than there are the opposite.
Here, listen. You get a little finger tapping here.
You might just be Jack's boy, but I think you've done pretty damn well for yourself.
I think I did okay.
Now he's just showing off.
Well, that boy sure can make some noise on that guitar. That's just noise is what that
You
is.
call this music? Music.
Anyway, let's do the promo and get out of here.
I'll have to go listen to that on my own time. Ready?
Mm-hmm.
Well, we nearly made it to the end of the week, but still have 2 more shows, so make sure to tune in to Sorry. Welp, we've nearly made it to the end of the week, but we still have 2 more shows, so make sure to tune in to Thursday's Radio from Hell show.
Oh boy, Thursday. That means we get things going with Geek News on the radio, and then that's at 6:45, of course, and then right after that, I should say, we got Beat Gina at 7. It's exciting.
And also on Beat Gina, we have a new prize edition for anyone who thinks they have what it takes to beat Gina on some spooky trivia. Be ready to call at 7 a.m.
But remember, we still want you to patronize a local restaurant or store, so tell us where you plan to go. And, don't forget, Salt Lake Mayor Aaron Mendenhall will be joining us for the Salt Lake Weekly Update.
Don't worry, there'll still be more on Thursday's Radio from Hell show on X96.
All right. Are we good?
Mm-hmm.
Now we have another meeting and other stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I got things to record.
Stuff to do.
Yes. Fine job, Katie. Thank you. Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am?
Thanks, Eddie.
Corey is next.